Mr. Rave.
Yes, sir.
Hey, buddy. How you doing?
I'm okay. How are you?
Experience a little feedback, but other than that, hey Ben,
Yeah.
this is my co-host Ben. Ben, I know you're not a wrestling fan, but hang with me. Hang
A lot
with
of
me. Huh?
Yeah, a lot of feedback on your end, Jimmy. Do you have like
Okay.
headphones or anything you can try putting in?
That's what I have then.
Oh, okay.
Hold on. Let me try taking them out real quick.
Okay.
Oh, that seems to have helped.
Is that any better?
Yeah.
Yeah, good enough. So
Okay.
Ben, I know that you're not a huge wrestling fan, but hang with me for this next, half hour or so, because it's really, really important that we get this, uh, GoFundMe out. Hey, John Wayne, thanks for coming. Drop by, man.
What's up, man? Thanks for having me back, dude.
Yeah, we'll get into the book release here in a little bit, but first off, I want to welcome pro wrestler Jimmy Rave. He's traveled all over the world. He was competed in Ring of Honor, Total Nonstop Action, Impact Wrestling, everywhere but WWE. And in a way, I think maybe that was a good thing that you missed that, right, Jimmy?
Yeah. There was opportunities for that to happen, but at the time, I ended up signing with Impact Wrestling. That was more lucrative for me at the time.
Yeah, I've just got to know, man. How many times was the Rock and Rave? How many times was the Rock and Rave infection not allowed to do something that would actually entertain them?
Can you say that one more time?
Okay. I don't know if it's I don't know if it's where you're traveling on the road or what, but it's either just the ambience of the traveling or just feedback in general. I don't know, but I don't know.
Sounds like the wind.
Yeah. Like I said, we have to be out of town this evening, so this is what I'm dealt with right now. So
Could it be the wind making that noise?
Try just muting it when you're not talking.
okay.
So what I was asking was when you were in a tag team with Lance Archer, how many actually entertaining segments were nixed from the show where you and Lance could have gotten over, as opposed to being like a joke, like a one-note joke tag team, because I felt like that could have gone a lot smoother, a lot, you could have shown a lot more dominance if they had let you. Is that correct? Jimmy?
You don't.
Maybe try to do it. Yeah, so Jimmy.
Yeah, so we were YouTube. Hello?
Yeah. It should be on YouTube.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we were definitely a team that were like in the live events and even in the Impact Zone, we were definitely very over to the point where we were almost cheered as baby faces. We had a lot of great segments that were put on the YouTube section of TNA, but not on live. So that kind of hindered us to.
Let me try one more thing, okay?
Yeah, but Jim, excuse us. There's technical difficulties while we try to adjust the sound. We are the most professional podcast on the internet, ladies and gentlemen.
Okay. Let's see if it sounds any better now, Jim. And I'm sorry, that if it was on my end, I apologize. But yeah, you were talking about your time in TNA and how you were getting cheered. You were getting, pretty big cheers. It's cool. He's been through a lot, guys.
What's up?
I don't know. Jimmy Rave is muted, and I just refreshed one more time to see if that fixed the audio. Go ahead.
If you can give me 10 minutes, I'll be at my location. So
Cool. Yeah, man. Yeah, just come back in when you think you can, get the audio thing addressed, and yeah, we'll carry on.
okay, I'll be back in like 10 minutes.
All right, man. Thank you.
Right.
Thanks.
So yeah, so guys, the deal is that he's a pro wrestler. He's been around. Several companies. And John Wayne, have you ever been a wrestling fan?
Man, I was into wrestling like as a youth. Actually, I was talking about this recently when I was up at Chris's house last week when I was talking to you, Triana's house, because we cut like wrestling promo parodies for our show, and we watched like a shit ton of them on YouTube. Like I like to go like deep into that, so we watched a bunch of like Macho Man stuff. Of course, The Cream Rises, that famous one.
The Ultimate Warrior?
I was the Ultimate Warrior. That's who I played. So I particularly took one from the one when he's yelling at Hulk Hogan about he's going to put him on the plane. He goes to the cockpit and he's like, the pilots have already made that sacrifice. Like as if they like took him up there to die for you, Hulk Hogan. And he like, he kills, he's like, kill the pilots and then put it into a nosedive. So I kind of took to that one. It's up on our YouTube channel, but yeah, I'm not like I know you're really into wrestling. I have some other good friends that are super into wrestling as well. I'm not as much into it, but I do enjoy it. But I don't know like people by name like Jimmy and stuff. But
yeah, we'll see. He's been through a really hard time. And I want to address it delicately, because it's one thing to talk about it, and it's another thing to be actually going through it to experience it. But and I don't know the full details myself, but apparently there was an infection in his arm, and they had to amputate. So apparently the infection wouldn't spread. I don't know what kind of. Yeah, probably. I mean, I don't want to speculate, but I mean, just from my own experience with family members in hospitals, when there's infections that are life-threatening, it's when they've gone septic, which it means that the infection is I don't know, in your blood, and it's doing everything it can to fuck everything up. That's the experience that I have a very intimate experience with that son of a bitch kind of infection. Trying to take a family member away and succeeding. So, but yeah, hopefully he gets that addressed, because what I wanted to do is I was going to drop. I'll do it anyway. But he's got a GoFundMe, or somebody has put together a GoFundMe for him. And there it is. For anyone to take a look. Help him get a prosthetic. Arm. So.
Did this happen recently to him?
I believe
you can put the link in the little scrolling thing at the bottom too.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, good idea.
Because we are not currently playing Unsainted by Slipknot. That is back in lines at the moment.
That is correct. We are not. But yeah. Good idea. Put it in the. But John Wayne, you know that we're not professional here, right?
Hey man, dude, this is great. This is
professionalism.
Hey, punk rock is that's all you need.
Professionalism does not exist in this dojo.
Does it? Said say. 3 chords and the truth, man. That's it.
Yeah, and everybody, the GOAT has arrived.
Welcome.
Everyone hail the GOAT, Gregor Zane.
Good evening, everyone. Now, what's this GoFundMe for?
Okay, so we're waiting on pro wrestler Jimmy Rave to get back. Hopefully, unless hopefully he doesn't have to reschedule. But if it comes to it, it comes to it. But basically, there was an infection in his arm, and it was going to spread, and so they had to amputate his arm. And so, that's what we're flashing at the bottom there. The GoFundMe to help him pay for a prosthetic arm. And I wanted to get the full story from him, but also talk about the high points throughout his wrestling career. He's basically been everywhere but WWE. Which some people say that WWE is where wrestlers go to die because they intentionally hold you back from being, your absolute best there. It's like you have to sometimes be mediocre so that other people on the show can look more important and stronger than you, which is a total mind fuck to me, and if he comes back, I'll be sure to ask him about it because I'm sure he knows many people who have gone through this. But once you get up into McMahon land, man, it's like, you are only able to succeed when they are ready for you to succeed. They talk all this shit about brass rings and taking it, seizing the day and all this, but no, man. Sometimes they get mad at you there if you put on a better display of athletic prowess or mat technique than the main eventers. It's a total brain fuck.
Jeremy, like I said, I don't know too much about this, but when you get to that level, are you at that point kind of at the mercy of the writers? Like,
yeah,
you know what I mean? Like you lose a lot of control of your persona, right? Like I'm just asking, like, that seems like that's
happens. A lot. Yeah, there's a whole creative team, and that's not how wrestling was originally done, but I don't know. I have a feeling it's going to be a while before we hear from Jimmy again. But yeah, anybody who wants to help out, a good cause, go there. He's trying to raise. Let me put it up here too.
So he was on before I joined and had to drop off for some reason?
Yeah, audio issues,
Okay.
For all I know, it could be because I refuse to wear a headset, but I mean, I do refuse to wear a headset, so.
I think it was the wind. It sounded like wind.
It did sound like the wind, didn't it? Okay, is it showing there? There, okay.
Yeah.
So, as you can see, the goal is 20,000. And they've raised almost 10,000. Okay, so I would say that's like what 45% of the goal right now.
Mm-hmm. Then under half, yeah.
So, yeah, man. I mean, I've already done my part as best I can, and no pressure, but anybody who wants to help out someone who is going through a hellish time right now, and even then, he sounded pretty normal, like he was dealing with it the best he could, which is pretty amazing in itself. But Bret Hart once said these wrestlers, when wrestle the sport or whatever's done with you, they kind of just take you out back and put a slug in your head, and sometimes, to some of these guys, it probably seems like that's pretty relevant. I don't know.
Yeah. Put you out to pasture. You're done.
And that's why every time there's a talk of a union, people get, people in wrestling get, fucking blackballed, scared, turned on and betrayed, it's not always a pretty business, it's fun with all the lights and the women and the elaborate costumes and storylines, but underneath that is a hideous, pallid, fecund, unctuous underbelly.
Jeremy, I like that you went from lights to women. Like it's like you get caught up in the lights and the women, and like I love that. Like you went from lights to women. Like that is awesome.
Dude, have you seen some of the women in wrestling these days?
I haven't, but I imagine it's a good thing. But
Oh
it's just
my
like
God.
first you get the lights, then you get the women, then you get the power or something, you know.
Yeah. The stage and the money and and all this shit. Uh, there is the thing about wrestling that I always liked was the emotional payoff to a slow burning storyline that lasts a whole summer, and this guy keeps getting upset and cut off at every turn, and he finally overcomes the bad guy or the good guy. And it's like it's like watching Karate Kid or Rocky or something, but with more outlandish characters. And all right, Jimmy,
Yes, sir.
sounds a lot better, man.
There we go.
So I don't where to begin, man. Well, first off, let's not drop right into the current circumstances. Let's talk about what actually brought you to the dance. Were you one of those that started like in your teenage years wrestling, like getting paid under the table, or?
Yeah. I originally started training when I was 14,
Hmm?
and then by the time I was 16, 17, I was doing a whole bunch of shows, just local shows in Georgia. And then eventually I made my way to a place called NWA Wildside, and that was the same place where AJ Styles first came out. Like Abyss was there early in his career, and a whole bunch of guys came out of that system. And they were on syndicated television on 200 different networks. And so that really got my name out there really well.
God, NWA Wildside. I remember catching that at like 1 or 2 in the morning on
Mm.
Saturdays into Sundays. Like you're talking about the Lost Boys and uh,
Yeah.
Hernandez,
Mm.
uh, Stone Mountain, and Ice Train. Those kind.
Yeah.
So you went up against all those guys.
Oh yeah. I came in like already trained and stuff, and I was there like right when the Lost Boys debuted. Stone Mountain was just finishing up with us, but yeah, I was around the whole time. We were a WCW developmental company, and so that helped us out a lot.
So you were at the power plant. Is that what you're saying?
We were invited. Like I would go to the power plant on occasion, but NWA Wildside was just a place where the guys that were at the power plant would come and wrestle us and get experience working on television and stuff like that.
Gotcha. Okay, and I mean, but at that point in time, did it seem like WCW was a lost cause? Like in the whisperings between wrestlers, that I mean, was everyone pretty much whispering that WCW was going down one way or another? Even then,
No, no, because they were still hiring guys up until the end. Like AJ Styles got hired, and then 6 months later they closed down. I don't think anybody had that feeling that WCW was going to close down, but they were real reckless with their money. I've done matches for WWE and stuff like that, and you get paid like $250 to be an extra at WWE. But like WCW, you get paid like $500 a night. They would even fly out extras. Like they were real reckless with their money.
yeah, Ted Turner's money came in a bigger kind of bulk than Vince McMahon's, where it's kind of like I don't know, you're paid based on how you performed and what you did. From what I've heard, I don't know. Is that right?
Yeah, that's pretty much how it is. And like, yeah, that somebody even wrote a book about how WCW lost $200 million in a year. I mean, they were real reckless with their money.
You talking about the death of WCW, or the one about
Yeah,
Nitro and how that backed it up with all the documents or whatever that Bischoff talks about?
yeah. There's both of those books talk about it. Like, you can actually Google, WCW contracts, and like they'll show you the last like year and a half of what people were getting paid.
You know what the real kicker is, and it's real cool to talk about WCW here when it's like it's almost what 20 years dead now. But the thing, exactly 20 years, I think. But the thing is that, you know, for a time, it overtook Vince McMahon in the ratings and in just the overall fun factor. I mean, everybody loved to throw a cup of beer at Scott Hall or Kevin Nash's head, and they just took it, you know. And you know something about getting hit in the head with projectiles too.
Right.
But the thing is, about as far as WCW goes, the real kicker is that Scott Hall and Kevin Nash, from what I understand, and again, I'm on the outside as strictly a fan, so you know I don't have any like pertinent inside information based on real experience. This is all just what I've read and heard as a fan. But I heard that Hall and Nash actually had it negotiated into their contract, some clause that whenever someone else got a bump in pay, they automatically got one, so they still made more than that person.
Yep, that's absolutely true.
That's fucking bullshit.
That's genius. Genius negotiations, dude, I have to say. Like, absolute genius. Van Halen did that as well.
Did they?
Yeah, they did that on, like, what was that? Fucking not Live Aid or whatever concert where that 3-day thing with where David Bowie headlined one of the nights. They had it in their clause that they had to make more. So like they paid David Bowie like $1 million. So Van Halen had to make like $1,001,001, like, or something. It's really ridiculous, but it's funny that stuff gets put into contracts. But fuck, it does, man.
You know what? That's almost more absurd than that Brown M&M story. I'm sorry, Jimmy. Go ahead.
Yeah, I meant.
I can tell you the origin of why that story exists. Also, when you're done talking to Jimmy.
Cool.
There's like them doing that was really it really paid off for wrestlers right now. Like before Hall and Nash, there was no guaranteed contracts in wrestling, you know, and so everybody was paid, you know, per percentage of whatever the promoter thought you should get paid, you know. And so them doing that like really helped all of us today.
Really? Okay, so maybe it was genius, John Wayne.
Hey, man, I told you, dude. Then those contracts are slippery bitch, dude. You gotta, figure that shit out.
Yeah, but like for example, like the WWE contracts are still of that to where they can get out of that for any reason they want to. And they won't let anybody wrestle for another promotion, yet you're considered an independent contractor. So we don't get health insurance or anything of that sort, even while you're under contract.
Yeah, why do you think that still is? I mean, can it really be as simple as the McMahons being like, tight with their money? I mean, all that money they wasted on Linda McMahon's failed Senate bid, which I wouldn't have voted for if I was in, Connecticut. But do you really think it's as simple as that, or do you think there's more to why unions and even just basic, insurance and benefits don't work in wrestling? I mean,
yeah, I don't think it has anything to do with that. I just think it just holds them liable for like real bad injuries. There's so many guys, especially from the Attitude Era in the mid to late 90s that have neck fusion surgeries done. Like I spent like during my time in TNA, like I was around Kurt Angle a lot, and to see him walk around was heartbreaking because he had atrophy of his arms because of his neck injuries and stuff. He wrestled the Olympics with a broken neck, and so he was already coming in like beat up. And then I also saw TNA, like when they signed him, he had like a $500,000 contract, and so did Sting. And Sting's contract, he only had to work TVs and pay-per-views, but Kurt had to work all the house shows too. So they beat people up and then wonder why people have substance abuse problems or injuries that they can't come back from.
Yeah. Go ahead, John.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jimmy. I'm just my name's John Wayne. I'm a horror author and a musician. But I'm at conventions all the time. That's what I do for a living. But I've been at a few conventions where wrestlers are, and I was right across the aisle from Vampiro.
Vampiro. Yep.
Yeah. And like when he got up, like he's built like a brick shithouse still. He looks great, but when he got up to walk, it was such a process and such a, like, he had such a bad hitch, and I was like, Jesus Christ, dude, these guys get beat the fuck up for sure, like absolutely. So when you mentioned that, that's what I thought of.
Absolutely, like he just had to, like none of us like having to do these GoFundMe things, but he was one that recently had to deal with the GoFundMe situation because he's down there in Mexico. In Mexico, he's even more hard to get locked down in a contract. That's just a backwards world in pro wrestling. But yeah, guys like that have worked their butts off for the last 20, 30 years, like definitely have hard times walking or have hip replacements, knee replacements, all that.
Absolutely.
Yeah. When did who trained you to start with?
I was trained by a guy named Murder One down here in Atlanta. He ended up training myself, a guy named Corey Chavis, a kid that's on the Indies right now named Chip Day. There's a good bit of us that he trained in Georgia.
Okay, and when did you catch the eyes of Ring of Honor, which was like really gaining traction in the early, I guess, 99, early to mid 2000s?
Yeah, they started in 2002.
Oh, okay.
So what happened was back in I sound like an old guy now. Like back in my day, you had to send off a VHS tape, a resume, and an 8x10. And I sent a whole bunch of those off, and I ended up getting a call back from a guy named Ian Rotten, who runs a company called IWA Mid-South. And I was in a tournament called the Ted Petty Invitational in 2002. And like the guys that were in that were like myself, CM Punk, AJ Styles, Christopher Daniels, Mr. Anderson, Cole Cabana. There was a lot of guys that, are on TV now that were in that tournament. It was a 16-man tournament. And through that tournament, I started getting work with Combat Zone Wrestling. And, how you talked about watching Wildside at like 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, there was a lot of cities that did that, and Philadelphia was one of them. And at one point, I was on TV for CZW and Wildside at the same time. And so Gabe Sapolsky, who was running Ring of Honor at the time, had me come in. I drove myself up one day at the end of 2002 just to introduce myself and have a quick match. And then after that, it was off to the races.
Cool. Well, when was your first injury that might have tested your resolve?
I stayed pretty injury free for a long time. But in early 2007, I was wrestling Samoa Joe on his way out of Ring of Honor to go to TNA full time, and we did this spot, and he ended up he was trying to kick me in my chest and ended up kicking me in my jaw. And I had, the week before, I had just quit my regular job because I was able to make enough money wrestling. And he kicked me in my jaw, and then now I'm got to make a decision, whether I keep wrestling with a broken jaw, because if I don't wrestle, I don't get paid. And so I ended up wrestling with a broken for about 5 weeks, and that was the first thing that really tested me.
Well, you couldn't cut promos. You couldn't, right?
No.
Couldn't give interviews with a broken jaw. I would imagine.
No, we did this big match of myself and Nigel McGuinness in England, and that was the last one before I ended up having to have my jaw wired shut. So, you couldn't wrestle like that.
Damn. Yeah, and I've even heard of wrestlers getting fractured eardrums or ruptured eardrums.
Oh yeah,
That does not sound pleasant at all. That sounds quite nightmarish. I mean,
yeah.
jeez.
Somebody slapped me in my ear one time, and I was going to Cancun that very week, and I couldn't swim because my eardrum got ruptured.
Oh no! So the balance was. So what is it where the ear is so aggravated and
Y-
what is that called where it hardens and
Cauliflower ear.
yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Do you have that?
I have early stages of that, but not like some of the other guys do.
Shit. Um. Okay, so when you get to Ring of Honor, uh, you don't immediately join the faction that's called the Embassy, right? I mean, you
No,
don't.
I was there for about a year before the embassy thing started to happen.
Okay, were you a good guy in
Yeah, yeah,
your case? Okay,
yeah.
so
I pretty much lost every match for that whole year, and then we did a big thing where if I lost another match, I was going to be fired from Ring of Honor, and then in the storyline, Prince Nana bought my contract.
Prince Nana as a character, he really had a thing for owning people, not just the female valet Jade Chung, which he brought out basically on a leash, right? But he had a thing for owning just all his talent that he managed, like in character. I mean, so
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And like we didn't start off with Jay Chung. Like we ended up, the first girl that we had was Angelina Love, and then in different cities we would just pick different girls, and then finally we ended up with Jay Chung, and she did an amazing job.
yeah, and that was a real slow burn of a storyline. But I understand now. I didn't catch every ROH card back then. I was kind of a casual fan, because WCW had just died, if I remember. At least when I caught up to this, and I just remember the slow burn storyline. I understand now why you had the pouty face, when you were coming out there. I thought you were in character. You were taking the approach that, I hate to be in this shit town performing in front of these dumb hicks. But it was probably because your character was mad at being basically trotted out at the will of Nana, just like Jade, right?
No, I was more of what you originally said. Like I didn't want to be around these guys because originally the gimmick was I had two other guys that were part of the group called the Outcast Killers, and they would come out and spray air freshener, like because in character my character didn't like being around these smelly people. You know what I mean?
Mm.
And like that's how I ended up getting some big victories. Like I wrestled CM Punk um, in a big match in Chicago, and like I Prince Nana threw me the air freshener, and we sprayed it in his eyes, and I did that with AJ Styles too. So yeah, we like that was more the thing.
But the slow burn storyline was that even you were eventually, treating Jade Chung like shit. You would use her as a footstool when you were celebrating a victory, right? And the
Yeah,
crowd was really starting to get behind Jade, right?
yes, yes,
Until one day, and I don't remember how it happened, but she finally either uh, got her freedom through the someone defending her honor and winning a match, or she, got the courage and kicked Prince Nana in the balls, or did she did something where she eventually, was released from this servitude or whatever, and I lost track of the storyline after that,
yeah.
but
It was Roderick Strong came to her aid. He's in NXT right now, Roderick Strong, and he ended up coming to R.O.A.D. And then we ended up doing this big faction war game style match in New York City that culminated to the end of that feud.
Yeah, that is one of the more memorable storylines because I mean, to see her finally, uh, gain some semblance of, normalcy, and get out from under this total jerk,
Yeah.
and now Jade actually wrestles like jumping off uh, giant 10-foot speakers onto a crowd of opponents. Now that she's that kind of wrestler, she does incredible things in what is it? What is the name of that? It's somewhere in California. What is the name of that?
I'm not sure the name of the promote. Oh, she was doing stuff for bar wrestling and PWG, I think. And her husband is like a real big star at TNA right now, Josh Alexander. He's been an amazing talent for a long time, and people are starting to get to notice him.
Now is Josh Alexander in that tag team Ohio versus everything? Because I'm not familiar with him.
No,
Okay.
he's after Ring of Honor, Jade ended up moving to Canada and opening a bar, and she started dating Josh, and him and Ethan Page are a tag team. I think they're called
The North.
Northern something. Yeah, the North. Yep.
That's probably a play
And
on Game of Thrones too. By the way.
yeah. And both of those guys are extremely awesome.
Yeah. You were surrounded by a lot of awesome people. I showed the picture at the start of you and CM Punk both with bloody faces. Was that in a tag team match, or were you two working against each other?
No, we had a long feud actually. We did a dog collar match against each other, and then it culminated into me and him wrestling in a cage match in Chicago, where he's from. And if you can watch that match, like we both were, the finish of it is he superplexes me off of the top of the cage. So we're both standing on the top of the cage, and he superplexes me. It's one of the scariest things I've ever had to do.
Off of the cage?
Yeah, it was crazy.
You must have practiced that. You didn't get that on the first try, right?
There's no way to practice that,
Yeah, dude, I was gonna say, like, how do you practice getting thrown off the top of the cage? I think that's a one take Jake, I'm sure, right?
Okay,
absolutely, because if we get up there and like are trying to practice it, like because I'm the one that has my back to the ground, I could easily fall backwards, and so you just gotta. Oh, there you go.
Oh no, this is freaking me out. Oh my god, this is insane. You guys actually?
Yeah, this was a crazy. This is crazy.
Wow.
Yeah, right there. You're probably saying, "Don't you fuck this up, man."
You can see my foot. I'm almost, like I'm shitting my pants right there.
Oh damn! Oh shit!
If you hadn't landed exactly flat, they teach you how to fall in wrestling training. It's called pratfalls, right? Is that what they call it?
Yeah. We call it bumping.
Right, that too. Man, you can't. Yeah. Wrestling, is you could call it choreographed. You can call it scripted. You could call it embellished or whatever. But I mean, that's going to hurt. There's no way around that. And I mean,
right.
stunt people in general who would do things like that on a movie set, they're probably hurting afterwards too. There's no way around not hurting after that.
Absolutely. And like I don't think people realize how often we're wrestling. Like that was a Saturday night, and like I had wrestled that Thursday, Friday. We did that match on a Saturday, and then I had to fly home Sunday to wrestle another match. So like luckily you're not doing that that big of a maneuver every night, but the last like 5 years of my career, like I really focused on technical wrestling, and so like those matches usually last longer. So like I would have like 3 or 4 nights in a row where I would be wrestling 20-30 minute matches.
Jeez. So yeah, Mr. Marathon, huh?
But that,
Yeah,
I'm sorry, as I said, that's what it takes. Like that's even like in any craft almost, like perception is reality, and people see like that you do this big cage match, but they don't know that you've done all these 14 matches in a row, like nights in a row before this. It's a whole nother thing that you commit to. It's just, I mean, I feel like it becomes just a part of you. That's how it is. And like
absolutely.
I mean, I'm not a wrestler, but like my job is writing and being an idiot and going around the country. And like, yeah, you don't understand like how hard it is, the sacrifices that come with it. I'm not necessarily, I mean, I might be putting my body to the test in other ways, if you know what I mean, but it's a whole, there's a whole lot of sacrifice that goes on behind the scenes when you commit yourself fully to something that it is unrealized, but is completely necessary. So
Absolutely, and I feel like your hustle's much like ours. You know what I mean? Like I feel like anybody that's in any type of entertainment industry, um, like we have to have a lot of the same similar traits. I'm sure you're going out doing conventions all the time, and like the travel is part of the wear and tear on your body. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, we drive a lot, and
yeah,
I like it, but it's a lot still, and you have to always be on. And I love to be on, but sometimes it's people want you to be on in times when I don't know, you know what I mean.
Ben or Gregor, do either?
absolutely.
You guys, I know you're kind of lost in space right now, but do you have questions for Jimmy before I get to the next stage of the discussion?
I think that you should enter the next stage of the discussion.
Okay.
Yeah, I agree.
You guys are hanging tight though, right?
Yeah.
Tight.
Plenty more to come. Don't worry. Anyway, so Jimmy, another thing I've got to ask you is I've noticed, over the years, there's been an accumulated, amount of fans interjecting into wrestling matches and, taking it a bit too seriously, or maybe trying to insert themselves into something they know is a storyline, and then they get their asses handed to them, upside down by you guys. Now we've seen what happens when a fan tries to attack Rhett Titus, Stone Cold Steve Austin, Triple H, Randy Orton, and uh, Bobby Fish. I think somebody tried to attack him once. What happens? What happened? I'm sure this happened to you at least once, where a fan attacked Jimmy Rave. How did Jimmy Rave address it?
Oh, I've got a funny story about that. So I was beating up a guy outside of the ring near the guardrail,
Hmm?
and then all of a sudden, like I black out. You know what I mean? And I don't know what's going on. An old lady ended up tasing me through the guardrail,
Damn.
Are
and
you
so
fucking serious? Oh my god!
yeah,
Like an audience member?
yeah.
I had an old man yank my guitar cord off and knock my microphone down one time, and I almost beat the shit out of him. But I cannot imagine being tased by somebody. Oh my god!
Yeah.
What the fuck?
It was crazy. It was crazy. And like, like we I remember myself and Brian Danielson were tagging together in Florida one time, and that guy in Happy Gilmore that had the nail in his head? Like his doppelganger tried to get in the ring, and me and
wow.
Brian, like as soon as he got up on the apron though, like I don't think fans realize that you have to get in the ring, and so we have the advantage. And so as soon as he got up on the apron, we just Brian slapped him, and he took a fall straight to his back onto the concrete. And then after that, the security guards were all over him.
Wow. Yeah, it's funny how often security misses it probably because a lot of them, think that it is part of the show, right? I mean,
Yep. Yeah, I got a funny story about that too. In WCW, you know, a lot of the guys were clueless, and so there was a wrestler named Tony Mamaluke who was really influential in my career, and he was scripted to jump the guardrail and interject himself into a match, and the security didn't know, and they stopped him and beat the shit out of him, and he was like, I'm supposed to be doing this, you know what I mean?
So, I mean, if he hadn't been caught off guard, he would have beat the security officer's ass, though, right?
Oh yeah, absolutely.
That was a question I was going to ask, relating to this. I know, as a child, when I was very young, and I watched I really watched a lot of Glow, honestly, Jeremy, and that was my main wrestling I watched as a kid, and I had a really hard time separating fantasy from reality, and I was truly terrified of Big Bad Mama, these characters were real to me. So if I were to have interacted with them in the real world somehow, I would not be able to comprehend that they weren't playing a character. And that happens, I know, in a lot of things. Have you encountered that, when you're in certain storylines, people coming up to you and being like, and you know what, you're an asshole, and they can't separate the fact that you're not really like that? Or
yeah, absolutely. So the company that we were talking about earlier, called Ring of Honor, their fans are what we call smart fans, and so they know that it's a show, you know what I mean? But I had gotten to the point to where I would intentionally insert myself into their lives. Before the show, I would get dropped off in front of the line of people and get up to the door, and they're trying to get in, and I'd slam the door in their face or something. Something that's not, nobody else is going to see it because it's not on TV, but I did it for the sake of keeping my character, a part of the whole. I wanted them to boo me out of
you're playing
straight hatred, you know what I mean?
You're
absolutely.
You're
I'm playing
live
into
trolling these people, almost.
Absolutely.
And yeah,
absolutely.
That's
and
cool.
and they started to throw toilet paper at me in the ring when I would get in the ring, and because in Japan, they would throw streamers at the wrestlers they liked, and so they would throw toilet paper at me because they thought I was, shitty. You know what I mean? So, but
That's great.
I would do other things I wouldn't stop to fill up my car in a town that I was wrestling in. I wouldn't go into any stores or anything like that because I didn't want, I think right now, wrestling's at a point where it could be there would be a lot more fans if they didn't have so much access to us. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, absolutely. That's awesome that you do that. That's very cool.
Yeah, I wanted to keep that suspend disbelief whenever I'm out there,
Yeah, you don't want to break that fourth wall. You're not want to break the fantasy down. You want it to be alive still with these people,
absolutely.
That's cool.
In previous generations, in your profession, they were deeply devoted to making people believe, protecting the business, even to the point of lying to their families in some ways, wearing a neck brace around the house when they come home, and tormenting their own kids with it, like Jake the Snake Roberts says his dad did. He would come home in a neck brace and act like he was really, I mean, that is protecting the business a little too much, I think. But
that's commitment to the bit, dude.
Absolutely.
There's something to be said on both sides for that. But I think their job was to make people believe. Where now I think that your guys' job now now that everyone knows and is keyed in to even the terminology you use, and I almost want to apologize for that, but my curiosity is all consuming. So, but what I was going to say is I think now your guys' profession is to make people forget for 20 minutes that it's, as opposed to making them believe, you've got to make them forget. Um, and
There's a little bit of belief that comes in with that creeps in that makes
you have
that
to want to
possible.
believe, because I mean, that there were certain key figures who ruined this. And by the way, we've got Jarod Barbee of Death's Head Press standing by, and I'll go ahead and let him in.
What's up, dude?
But Jarod, yeah, just hang in there while we're talking to Jimmy. It just be a little bit longer. We've got some very important information to convey, and then we'll talk about what we were discussing. Cool. So Jimmy, it's I'm sure it's not easy to talk about, and Lord knows you didn't see this coming, but so something unfortunate happened in the last month or two. I don't know when. Uh, how much do you want to talk about it? Because we've got the GoFundMe, and I can put it up here on screen again. Uh, it's very important. Anybody, who has any empathy in their heart, any, money burning hole in their pocket, or they just want to, improve someone's life who has been thrown with a major, been hit with a major curveball. Please help them reach the $20,000 goal. They're almost halfway there, you know. And how much do you want to say, Jimmy, about what happened? And it's your story, not ours. So
Yeah, absolutely. So basically what happened was I about maybe like 6 or 7 months ago, like I got this infection in my arm, like after doing some yard work, and uh, I just tried to put topical antibiotics on it and stuff like that, and I didn't take care of it, and it got to the point to where, like I had to go to the hospital, like I just couldn't take it anymore, and they ended up having to amputate my left arm, like right at the elbow, and so like uh, in my job, like I need both arms. You know what I'm saying? Like, like my students, I run a training center here in Philadelphia, and they decided to do this GoFundMe thing because I don't have health insurance like I was talking about earlier, and we are trying to get I still have bills to take care of because I was in the hospital for almost 3 weeks, and like I ended up catching COVID in the hospital, so they ended up having to keep me there longer, and so yeah, so like I'm trying to get a prosthetic for my arm and deal with all these doctor's visits, like you got to see like a pain management thing, like you got to see the guy for the prosthetic, you got to see somebody for I have a surgeon that I have to see all the time, and then you have physical therapy, occupational therapy. It's been a crazy ride.
yeah. So the hope is that if when you reach the $20,000 goal, you're gonna get a prosthetic. Is that's the end game, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Like they're extremely expensive, you know what I mean? Like they and the process is just a long process. You have to um go and get fitted for it, but first you have to kind of you have to do a whole bunch of lead-in stuff, and it's just been super time consuming, and and then on top of that, like it's difficult, like not being able to work, you know what I mean? Like I've been working a job since I was 13. So like, and even during when I was wrestling, like I had businesses on the side where I was still, working even when I wasn't wrestling. So mentally it takes a toll on you too. like luckily I have a great therapist and everything, but yeah, it's just been a hard thing to deal with.
I'm sorry you're going through it, buddy. I'm, and I mean, I don't say buddy condescendingly. I mean, I have the utmost respect for what you've accomplished, and I just despise that this has happened to you.
Absolutely.
Uh,
Yeah, and like there's been positive things that came out of this too. Like as we were talking about, like I went the extra mile to like make sure that people you know uh didn't like me, but people have like been outpouring and been really uh saying good things about me, and like I was my character wasn't somebody that heard that often.
yeah. So would you say you were a heel most of your career, a bad guy?
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I probably haven't been a baby face since like 2003.
Mm. You know what? I almost forgot, and I'm so glad that something you said triggered me to remember. But I actually was able to get, a bit of a, I don't know if you want to call it a pep talk or motivational speech or what, but I got someone who's got something to say to you that hopefully might put things into perspective because they happen to know what you're going through. Okay.
Uh-huh.
And hang on, let me pull it up. This he says that he knows you or has worked with you, and I'm sure you're aware of him. And so here is the message from one of your peers. Okay, can you see?
Yeah.
All right.
Jimmy, it's Zach Gowan, man, your old friend. Hey, listen, dude, this is a message from Jeremy Maddox, who's a big fan of yours. And, I'm a big fan of yours, and I have been for a long time, bro. And, like this, I'm thinking tag team. You see what I'm saying? I'm thinking Jimmy Rave, one arm, two legs, Zach Gowan, one leg, two arms. Like the pieces fit into the puzzle.
For those uninitiated, and I'm sorry, Zach Gowan has wrestled for I don't know 15 years with only one leg, and so that's why I felt this appropriate. And I'm just catching the uninitiated up. And all right, here we go. Hang on.
Hey, Jimmy, it's Zach Gowan, man, your old friend. Hey, listen, dude, this is a message from Jeremy Maddox, who's a big fan of yours. And, I'm a big fan of yours, and I have been for a long time, bro. And, like this, I'm thinking tag team. You see what I'm saying? I'm thinking Jimmy Rave, one arm, two legs, Zach Gowan, one leg, two arms. Like the pieces fit into the puzzle. It's a wrestler mentality, bro. Bro, fucking trying to come up with something. Listen, dude, like, but seriously, I want to let you know that, like, losing a limb isn't an end. It's a beginning, and it's a beginning for brand new experiences in a very fulfilling life. And I've seen the way that God uses people. And I don't think your story is over. And in fact, I think if you have breath in your body, then there's a certain responsibility that comes with that. And that's to allow God to work through you in his way. And I've seen the way that God uses people, and it gets me so excited and optimistic for you and what your future holds, not only with your mind inside of the wrestling business, because the wrestling business needs brains like yours. You see what I'm saying? More than ever. I mean, just look around, but more so what you can offer to the public with your story and your experience. And I think about the amount of hope that can bring people who are facing similar situations or have been through situations that you've been through. And it fills me with hope because I know I know what's possible when we walk that path. And I'm praying that you walk that path alongside of me, man, because I need the help too. And I can't wait to see what chapter 2 in Jimmy Rave's life looks like. And I'm praying for you, brother. I love you. You know that, and I'm always here. I'm a phone call away, bro. And I hope to see you soon. And send my best to your girlfriend, or is it your wife, and your family and everybody who supports you. I'm on that team too, man. So hope to see you soon, and I hope you're well. Bye.
All right. So, Jimmy, did that was that helpful at all?
Absolutely. Yeah, Zach. I've known Zach for so long, and we kind of lost touch when he went to WWE and everything. But when I was still in the hospital and I just had the amputation done, I knew that I was going to have to let the public know, and Zach was one of the ones that helped me get the courage to put out the statement that I put out, and then yeah, so hearing that from him is amazing.
And I'm sorry for some of the shits on Twitter who are such professional skeptics that they were trying to goad you into proof or it didn't happen to something
Yeah,
of
yeah,
magnitude. That is, yeah, somebody actually said that. Yeah, and Jimmy, you owed them absolutely nothing, but you did it, and then
yeah.
hashtag fuck my feelings, which that's exactly what it was from those guys. And you know what? They probably knew when you did that. They probably felt worse than you at that moment when they saw
Yeah,
that.
they messaged me and apologized and everything, but then a couple weeks later, when Brody passed away, they were doing the same thing, asking for more information about how he died, and I felt like his family didn't owe them that either. You know what I mean?
Yeah, so and again, for those uninitiated, there was a wrestler who died at the age of 41 just 2 weeks ago, and he left behind a family that he loved more than anything. Uh, and for those who have watched, over the years, he was in a group called the Wyatt Family, and he went by the name Luke Harper in WWE, but he passed at 41 of a non-COVID related lung issue. And man, yeah, if it's not the people who sign your checks, giving you, treating you guys like pack horses, then it's, certain, entitled fans on social media. So I'm sorry about that, sir. And let's put that address out there again. It's at the bottom of the screen. And let's see. Here's the fundraiser page. You know what it looks like with $9,147 of 20,000 of a 20,000 goal. So anybody who even if it, I mean, what's the minimum of donations that they could give, Jimmy?
I
I
mean,
don't.
I'm pretty sure they can give like $1.
Even $1 would help. It would get you closer to that goal. I mean, not much, but I mean, it would be something for someone who is in great need. So
I just want to say that I appreciate everybody who has donated. There's been some real generous offers, and from people that I'm not even super close with. But it's just, I try to see the positive side in this whole thing, and me being able to reconnect with people like Zach and other people in my wrestling world has been awesome for me. And I'm trying to keep my head up as much as I can right now.
All right. Well, Jimmy, I thank you for coming on. We're not a professional show. This is basically just a YouTube live stream, and we don't pack houses the way you have for consistently for so many years. We couldn't even pack a living room. Probably, it's a different thing, podcasting and writing. But I think everyone here has felt the impact of your story, and all wish you well. So
Yeah, and
I appreciate it so much.
I have a couple podcasts and I do some things. I'm also going to share this across my stuff as well. So
I really appreciate that.
yeah, absolutely, man.
And nice meeting you.
Nice to meet you guys.
Jimmy, all I ask for now is that just let the people who do help you, know how much they mean to you, because
Absolutely.
they, I know it was as a caregiver myself that, there's some days where I just want to scream and grab the sides of my head, pull my hair out. But, everybody gets tired. So yeah, show them gratitude every once in a while, even though, any human being would for someone in your situation,
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Have a great night, sir.
All right. You guys too. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Take care, man.
All right.
Take
Talk
it
to
easy.
you later.
All right. So we need a minute to collect our thoughts.
Well, our next guest is here. We may as well jump into it.
Yeah. And
What's that? Hey, Jarod, are you playing anything in the background?
Yeah.
What's happening?
What's happening?
Hey, let me switch rooms. My wife's watching football unless she wants to turn the TV down.
yeah, man. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah.
My wife.
So it's your wife's the football fan, huh?
Yeah, I really I don't dig football really. Kind of sucks.
I like football.
Well, I mean, I liked it when the Oilers were here, but now it's just like fake football in Houston.
Whatever.
I don't like it. Okay.
I like you, dude.
I like you.
So you're gonna switch rooms, or
No, she turned the TV down. It's all good.
sorry, ma'am.
Sorry, ma'am. She said, fuck you.
It says, cram it with walnuts, ugly.
Right.
So I've got a bone to pick with you, Jarod. Once again,
Oh no.
let's just get after it right away, okay?
Let's get right into it. Let's jump right in.
On the show where the big 6-hour extravaganza that was supposed to be 10 hours, but I got tuckered out.
Failed.
I failed by 4 hours. Yeah, but I was this close. This close. Okay, on that particular stream during C. Derek Miller's interview portion, you actually had the unmitigated gall, the temerity to suggest that Mandy is a bad movie.
Mandy is an awful movie, dude. I hate
John
that movie
Wayne,
so much.
You got here, man. What
It
are you
is
talking about?
so bad, dude.
Yes.
It's like here's what an acid trip would be like if I never did one through a lens of like awful acting and no story.
Dude, you
Correct.
cannot
With Nicolas Cage.
I absolutely
cannot-
can say that.
John Wayne, you cannot dress and groom yourself the way you do and say you hate Mandy.
I
don't-
hate it, dude. I do not like that movie. It's very divisive, and I did not like it. I wanted to. I thought I was going to like it. I tried to like it all the way through, but I was like, this is just really bad.
Terrible.
Yes. You seen Beyond the Black Rainbow?
I don't want to because
Okay. I fell asleep during Mandy, but I did enjoy Beyond the Black Rainbow.
I'm
Did
open to
everyone
watching
hate
it.
Mandy all of a sudden? I thought
I didn't say I hated it, and I didn't say that I was entirely sober either when I fell asleep watching it.
This is like Chris Triana like fights with me about this as well all the time. He loves it. He thinks it's an excellent movie. He thinks it's the best.
Of course he does.
But he thinks a lot of things that I like are stupid. But in like all in good fun. But yeah, he really loves Mandy. He even has like Nicolas Cage's shirt that he wears in it.
That's
and stuff
fucking
like that.
crazy. I mean, I like LSD as much as the next guy. Okay, let's face it.
I love LSD as much.
Yeah,
as the
I
next
mean,
guy.
I love it too. But that is totally.
I hate movies that pander to like an acid trip. Ooh, look at us, we're on drugs. Like I really despise that.
Yeah,
Ben,
and with poor acting to
Ben,
boot.
Ben, are you going to let him talk about Mandy like that? You got my back, right?
I haven't seen Mandy, so I'm Switzerland.
Oh shit, dude!
I mean,
I'm
to
all
be
by myself.
You're
to
an
be
island
honest,
unto yourself, dude.
To be honest,
Yeah.
I only saw about 30 minutes of it before I just had enough, and I had to call it quits. I threw in the towel.
I did watch it all, but it's a divisive movie. Like there are people who love it and hate it. Like so, you're not like all on your own, Jeremy. I understand. Like I said, Chris loves it. Other people I know love it. My buddy Nick P also hates it, and he has very good taste in movies, way better than me.
That's why I love Nick.
Yeah, you love him. He's coming on Saturday, dude. He's
Right
coming.
on.
Hell yeah.
Okay. Take away the visual acuity of it, you know, the LSD head trip vomited onto every frame. Okay, take that out and say it's just on a 90s, you know, modest budget of like say, you know, a direct to video Van Damme thing. It still succeeds to me. Okay,
I mean, I don't know.
I don't know
you're
why.
saying pretend it's something it's not, and then reevaluate it. I don't understand
Right.
that. I mean,
Exactly.
You know?
Then all you are left with is bad acting. If you take away the LSD,
I'm not playing pylon, Jeremy. I honestly didn't feel like they established why I should care so much about this character.
which character?
Mandy,
What?
I guess like she's really great and he loves her so much, but it's so like I don't know. I just didn't care enough to like after she got kidnapped. I was like I don't know why this is so important.
plus she was rude, and so she got burned for it. You know, she should.
And then he comes
music. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and then he comes through. He has this lame joke, you know, when he walks in the door, like whatever he says, I can't even remember. It's so lame, but it's delivered so deadpan that I'm like, is this meta or something? Like, what's happening? Where he's like, knock knock, who's there? Like, what does he say? I forget. It's really fucking. I forget the fucking joke. Does anybody remember it?
I don't remember it either, but it's that minimalist drive.
Yeah, it's just I don't know. I didn't. I just like, and I like a lot of stupid shit that a lot of people hate. So I mean, this just didn't touch me. This wasn't a thing that I got into.
Here's the thing, though. Ryan Gosling is not the. He does not have the possess the gravitas that Nicolas Cage does as an actor. So Nicolas Cage pulls off the deadpan, minimalistic, you know, almost stoic figure better than Ryan Gosling ever could.
So why the comparison?
Why are you bringing up Ryan Gosling?
Where did Ryan Gosling come into this?
Yeah.
Because he's also in movies like back to back to back where the main character is very stoic and, you know, monotone and
that Beyond the Pines movie. That was one of the worst films I've seen too. That last Ryan Gosling shit.
Well, I feel like you know Nicolas Cage is a genre unto himself. You know, he's definitely become that, right? And I think that like there's movies now that are just called Nicolas Cage movies because he's in it. And I love a lot of his movies. I when Face Off was in the theaters, I took 2 different girls on dates to go see that movie because I liked it so much. So it's not like I'm a Nicolas Cage hater either, but I'm also not like I'm not tattooing him on my body or buying a bikini with his face on like some of my friends. You know, I'm not doing that. So like and I went into Mandy wanting to like it so bad. I thought I was going to like it, you know.
I agree. Same.
It just did not do it for me, Jeremy, and I'm sorry.
okay, even if you strip away all the, you know, nice effects,
He's going back to pretend it's something.
okay, well, look at the bad guy. Look at the bad guy demon biker guys. You never learn why they look that way, and that's where one of the few things where they don't, you know, they don't explain something in a movie where I actually think it works. And
I know why they look that way.
Why?
Because the director watched Hellraiser. That's exactly why they was there.
Come on, Cenobites don't ride motorcycles.
And by then I didn't care. You know, by then I was just watching it like, I guess I would have liked these guys if this story was different.
But there is this. It's also the mood, because when he goes to his old war buddy, who lives in basically a shack or a hut, or basically, or an RV or something, and he's asking for ammo, and weapons and whatnot, and he's explaining the trouble she's in, and he's going after her, and the guy said, I don't remember the exact wording, but what he says is very intriguing, and it kind of it provides an explanation without requiring one, because he says something about how darkness has been coming down these hills for generations. Only we're just now noticing it, and every year it gets stronger and stronger. I mean, that is almost like it's such a powerful statement that got me invested in the movie like that. As soon as it was said, I was hooked for the rest of the movie. Because, I mean, you got this feeling like something is slowly encroaching and taking over, and how far does it want to go? Does it want to consume just this little town? Does it want to consume, the forest? Does it want to consume the whole world? And, I mean, you never find out legitimately, in the space of the movie story, what is the deal with these demon bikers? But they're hired by the pussy cult, right? The main bad guy is a pussy. Yeah, I'll give you that. They're the ending, the final confrontation with him, very anticlimactic. If you were going to judge Mandy based on that final confrontation, where spoilers, Ben, do you need to cover your ears for a minute?
I don't give a shit.
Okay. In the final confrontation, he chases this guy down. He's killed all the cultists. He's killed all the bikers. And it's just him and this guy who killed Mandy. Sorry for anyone who wanted to see the movie. I'm just going to say, now I'm getting worked up anyway. It's him and the final bad guy, the cult leader. And he's offering to, come on, please don't kill me. I'll suck your dick. I mean, that is
You
very.
want some cheeseburgers?
Does he actually say that?
Yes, I swear. That is
They
very
took that line from what was it?
From It's Menace to Society.
Yeah,
I got
these
dick,
cheeseburgers, man.
Cheeseburgers.
If you are going,
Come on, man! I suck your dick, man! I suck your dick.
If we're going to judge the movie's quality based on that final scene, I can understand. But then you've got the symbolism of the tiger, man. Okay, that he lets free. And here's another thing. Okay.
What does it
Why
symbolize?
does the guy let the tiger out of the cage just because the guy's Nicolas Cage's character is staring at him? It's because they had a telepathic moment. Okay, do you understand that?
I understand.
I think you're reading a lot into this movie.
I understand that this movie was something that you liked a lot. It resonated with you. Yeah. And it did not resonate with myself. And there's nothing wrong. I'm not going to fight. I'm not going to fight you on that. But one thing is, like, there's someone, and this is not to say anything like, "Ooh, look how fucking cool." Like, as somebody who does a lot of drugs and hallucinogens, and I've taken myself to the very, very farthest fucking reaches and actualized myself beyond fear. I just cannot get into drug things like when I see it tried to be interpreted on film. Like, I get turned off a lot by that kind of thing.
I have to agree with that statement.
Yeah, I find it annoying as well.
Okay, so we've at least got three other people here who have seen it, excluding Ben. Go ahead, Ben.
Well, I was just going to say the only film I can really think of that does that heavily is that I've seen is Enter the Void, and I really like that movie.
I knew that was going to get brought into this. Somehow I could just tell. Same visual style, I guess. But
also didn't like it.
Didn't like that one either?
No, I didn't like that one. I'm not into the drug movies like Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas.
I didn't like that either, yeah.
See, I'm not a Gaspar Noé fan, so I can understand that. But
I've seen all of his movies except for Love.
Love, I've never even heard of that one. Is he still making movies?
Yeah, I saw one in the theater not too long ago. Well, actually, that one was about acid too, but that wasn't from a first-person perspective.
Okay, so we've got 3 other people besides me who have seen this movie in here right now. When he does encounter the drug dealer or whatever he is, the big
Hold on. I think. Look at this.
doesn't
What movie?
Are you still talking about Mandy there,
yeah
Jeremy?
yeah.
Okay. I've only seen
Okay.
half of it, maybe. I fell asleep, like I said.
When him and the drug dealer are talking, and he says something about the tiger, like, oh, he usually doesn't like strangers, you know. And there's this silent moment that him and Nicolas Cage have, and he says he doesn't. They just stare at each other for a minute, and then he says, "Oh." And then he opens the cage and lets the tiger out, and the tiger just goes on its way. I think he was telling him, you know, why don't you just let it out? But it's not said. That's all based on their gifts as actors. That they just did it with their facial.
We're playing fast and loose with both of those words, dude. Gifts and actors.
Fast and loose.
Okay, why you should care that Mandy got kidnapped, raped, and burned alive? Yeah, I'm spoiling it for everybody now. I'm spoiling it for everybody now. I'm pissed. Not really.
Don't be pissed, dude. I'm not trying to piss you off. I'm not trying to piss you off.
No, this is a fun, lively thing. But so why you should care that Mandy gets all that done to her? Well, for one, she shows some resolve that she's not really all that intimidated when she laughs at the guy's tiny dick.
She does laugh at his dick. That part's cool, but also like it's like he opens it up like, look at this, but like it's also like you're like going through like the colors and shit, and like you have to look at his dick in like 4GB or whatever. Like it's still a thing, you know.
Did we actually see his dick?
Yeah, you see his dick.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, yeah.
It's all right. I mean, it's not the best dick you want to see, you know.
No,
I think I laughed at it too, honestly. So,
well, it's kind of a funny moment too. He just is like, and look upon my dick, like it's just I don't know, like a Rammstein video kind of or something.
You just described every night in our bedroom. Look at it.
Ooh la la.
Look at it. Look at it.
Well, I have. You do have a robe like that, Jared. I
do. I absolutely do.
And you wear it to the tables, and I don't understand that, but that's fine.
Well, it attracts the chicks. You know what I mean? So
hey, whatever it takes, man.
Right.
You know.
How many do you need?
How many?
You're a brave man, Jared.
Whoops.
So, also, she's creative. She paints.
You are going to be the dog walk.
She does. But all of this happens very quickly, and with Nicolas Cage's poor delivery of this weird joke that I hate. Jesus Christ, Jared! What the fuck is happening in your house? What is going on?
Did you get your wife that bad?
Is somebody bussing a table in a restaurant behind you? What's happening, dude?
They are actually doing dishes. So you know what? I'm gonna go get to another room.
Okay.
I didn't know you could hear that.
I can hear it all, man.
Sounds like it's happening right on the mic.
I can hear it, bro. All right. Okay.
That was pretty
fine.
cool when she
Jesus
chimed
Christ.
in with how many D&D. That was a pretty cool moment.
Yeah.
But okay,
I forgot what I was talking about.
I mean, they're right that there was not any time really to get to like that character, so you didn't really care all that much, you know.
And that was it. But I understand, like, there's other things that I could probably argue too, or that happen quickly where I'm fully engaged, like Jeremy is saying. And that's what like is so interesting about, especially movies like this that are so divisive. There's a lot of this movie is people hate it or love it. I've listened to a bunch of movie podcasts that deal just with this movie, and the hosts are always divided the entire time. Just some interesting, it's interesting that some certain stories strike such a chord with people where I don't know. It's just very interesting to me because like I said, this movie looked like something I would love I was like, oh yeah, this is gonna be awesome. I can't wait to watch this.
It's beautiful.
And just that was it. Just didn't hit me. It didn't hit my I don't know. Didn't strike that chord that I hear in my head.
Jeremy, have you seen Beyond the Black Rainbow?
Yeah, I loved it too.
Yeah, I like that.
I feel like it only became a horror movie in the last 15 minutes, but that's another thing I like about it. I love every frame of that, even though I wouldn't watch it probably among friends. Maybe friends like this, but not regular Tennessee.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to go recommending that film just to any old person. I would have to kind of know what they would like. But,
I'm not buying it a beer, dude. It's not taking your shirt. Okay.
Yeah. I feel like the tiger is a recurring motif for some, reason.
Well, it's on his shirt. It's on the shirt. I mean, it's got to mean something.
I mean, doesn't this simply mean the tiger's been let out of his cage and that this, Nicolas Cage? I mean, it's about as simple
shit.
As that,
Nicolas
right?
Cage, and then it all comes back to Face Off, dude. It all
6 degrees of Cage.
Right. I don't think it's any deeper than just, oh man, shit, this tiger's out of his cage. Stuff's gonna get real. I mean, I don't know that it's really that, deep.
Do they play Eye of the Tiger in the movie?
That would have been awesome.
They couldn't get the rights, so it's like a rip-off version, like some of those episodes of Married with Children, where they, some of those seasons where they don't have the song, and it's just like a poor representation of it.
I've not seen that, but that sounds great. Really,
it is.
I like puzzle movies where you almost feel like you understand, but you don't really. And I feel like there's enough there that Mandy counts as a puzzle movie. That the 1980s, it's set in the 80s, by the way. And
I mean, like aren't like the most of the horror movies like in the last 5 years set in the 80s.
Yeah, but this is an 80s I've never seen before. The 80s that is in Mandy, it's a weird, like, alternate dimension type 1980s. Based on what I saw and interpreted. So
yeah, because I was alive in the 80s. It wasn't like that at all.
Yeah, likewise. It's
Hey, Phoenix.
Hey,
I don't care about anything. I mean, the fact that something's set in the 80s it is not a selling point to me in any way, shape, or form.
Right. 80s were all big hair and bushy badge. That's all they.
Woo!
Phoenix, have you seen Mandy?
no, I haven't.
Okay, I'm all alone here. I thought for sure you would be able to get me out of this foxhole anyway. But no, Beyond the Black Rainbow was pretty cool. Has that guy released anything else since Mandy?
I don't believe so.
What else?
And next time I go to see my girlfriend, I'll have to put that on because we both really like those kind of movies.
Which one are you talking about, Mandy or Beyond the Black Rainbow?
Probably both.
I've never heard of this Rainbow movie. I'm gonna have to check that out.
Beyond the Black Rainbow is supposed to be like it says artsy and it's an artsy like kind of like sprawling story. Am I right? I haven't seen it. I've just my friends.
Well, it's not like a sprawling story. It's pretty localized. And you don't even really know what it's about until like later on in the movie. It's you might not like it, right? I mean, it's certainly, got the aspects of, super long shot with synth music going on and, that dude looking angry for a long time. I mean, it's got elements that are common with Mandy that I could imagine that some people would not like. I generally am not into movies where it's just like long shots of nothing happening, but this one for some reason I enjoyed it. I think I just enjoyed it so much because of this one person's face was interesting to look at. And it was just so over the top.
You know what I like about movies? Titties. Does it have a lot of titties in it?
No, unfortunately it does not. No, it does not.
I'm out.
I mean, but if you watch Hard Bodies before it, you'll probably like it a lot more.
All right, yes. Hard Bodies is a classic.
Yes, indeed.
So
it seems that Porky's is on Prime now as well. I think if you're a subscriber, Porky's is on Prime.
I saw
the one where they battle the KKK is my favorite one.
I saw a lot of Hooter movies when I was up at Triana's house. A lot of Hooter movies.
Oh, I thought
women in prison movies,
like official Hooters movie.
Yeah, women in prison movies, love it. Yeah.
Yes,
we watched a bunch of those, and then we watched one called
Chained Heat.
We
right?
watched Red Heat.
Chained
We watched
Heat.
Chained Heat. We watched Red Heat. We watched Jungle Warriors. We watched then we watched Hard to Die, which is like a weird Die Hard thing, which is also like an unofficial part 3 in the Sorority House Massacres trilogy.
Have you seen any of the Jason Sinclair homages to that time period?
What was that? Say that again.
Have you seen any of the Jason Sinclair women in prison movies?
I don't think so.
That's an inside joke between me and two other people.
Jason Sinclair is a director now. He's just
no
just
kidding.
a
I'd love
writer.
to see that movie.
Yeah,
Yeah, women in prison is kind of a dead genre.
Dramatic pseudonym where he writes erotica for his own self and leaves it in the parking lot where he works and finds it and reads it to himself in the bathroom.
You know why women in prison movies are a dead genre? Because have you seen some of the mugshots that are coming out with women now? Jesus, it does. It's oh god, they're like.
I kind of figured that the softcore prurient movies like those died because of the proliferation of internet porn.
Probably,
Well, and there were certain
Definitely killed a
stars
lot.
that, like Linda Blair, was in a slew of those films. I had no idea until Chris turned me on to that, or like that she was like so prevalent in these women in prison movies. I had no idea.
I didn't know that. Yeah, huh?
Yeah, she's in a grip of them, dude. We watched 2 of them. I watched 2.5 of the ones that she was in, and she's at all these conventions that we're at too. And she's might be a bitch most of the time, but I had no idea that she was in these women in prison movies. Now I almost have a newfound respect for her. Notice I said almost.
Right.
So, how many more splatter westerns are the series is not wrapped? Is that correct? Because the 13th Coyote says book 8 of 8.
It doesn't say book of 8 of 8. It does say book of 8. It does say book 8. But
it says book 08 on the side.
Okay, gotcha.
Yeah, there's going to be 13 in this series. Lucky number 13. So,
do you know what kind of big, ambitious, multi-volume, spectacle you're going to try to undertake after the splatter westerns are finished?
well, this has been a bone of contention between Patrick and I. What are we going to do next? And we're partners, so sometimes you have to capitulate, and it's going to be actually Splatter Western Season 2. So we are going to continue the Splatter Westerns. People love them, so we're going to continue until nobody likes them, and they're like, fuck Splatter Westerns, basically.
And then,
why not just go on to 15 instead of, 14 rather than, having a Season 2?
That's a good question, because we signed a deal with Thunderstorm Books to do the hardcover of the original 13. So we don't want to take away the collectability of that series from Thunderstorm. So therefore, we have to come up with something different.
So you're actually going to call it Season 2, or what? Is that what you're going to?
We haven't really decided yet. We're going to think of something cool, and I was all for just killing the Splatter Western name at the end of the season, but that is really what people are looking for now. They're looking for that name.
Right. Yeah.
So, Patrick was right. That's our brand right now, and we've got to ride it till it doesn't serve us
what they want. Yeah.
Right. So yeah, there's definitely going to be more. Whatever they're going to be called, there's going to be more. Right now, the rest of the we've got Regina Garza Mitchell or Mitchell Garza coming up next. Then we've got Brian Smith, we've got Chandler Morrison, and Christopher Rufty, and Cody Higgins.
Oh, nice.
Those are our next.
Wait, so
lineup.
Rufty's doing a splatter western?
Absolutely, he's just about wrapped it up, and he's going to be sending it our way really quickly.
Yeah, you were the one that told me about the Pillowface versus Lurkers.
Well,
That you know what? I probably should have put that on my year-end list, but I didn't even think of it.
Pillowface is an awesome character. I love Pillowface.
That's a badass book. Yeah, hell yeah.
Yeah, Rufty is a badass.
Yep.
We've published him once before with Wrath on Master of Pain. This is what Rufty's good at, and it's going to be a really cake dick novel.
Hell yeah.
Sure.
Very cool.
So, you said I was actually not going to bring this up, but I recall you say you encouraging it in our correspondence recently, right?
Yes.
Dick. I like that you said kick dick earlier.
Yeah, kick dick, man.
I like it.
I mean, kick ass is so cliche. You know what
Let's
I mean?
put that in the lexicon. Hey, this
you
week,
gotta
this
really
week
emphasize
at the,
how hard it's gonna hit.
This week at the Houston Horror Film Festival, we're gonna kick dick, dude.
We are gonna kick some dick. Lots of dicks.
The dicks are gonna get kicked.
Yes. There won't be a dick in Houston that's left unkicked.
No dick shall be unkicked. Sorry.
All right, Jeremy, go for it. Let's get this over with.
Yeah. Okay, so I mean, the Nightworms thing.
That's bullshit.
It was presented to me by someone who, you know.
I know the full story. I know it.
Oh, you do?
Yeah.
Okay. It was presented to me as if, you know, they were going after you guys, okay? Because I've only read Starving Zoe, but a lot of other people have read Savage Breed and said that a lot of the things they complain about are not as prevalent. They're like mentioned in passing, particularly like from my own, you know, reading experience, the thing with animal cruelty and Starving Zoe. You know, I mean, of course, I don't believe in animal cruelty in real life. You know, I've got like 15 cats. Jesus.
Well, I mean, it's all a matter of perspective. You know what I mean? It's different people have different tolerances for different things, right? And
but it's just one sentence. It's just one sentence, and they chose to make it. I mean, I know they can; they're free to. But I think it was if they're going to be professional reviewers. That's all I'm saying.
Okay, and I can see. Like I said in my email, I don't have a side here, but what I am going to say is. We do work closely with Sadie, and we work closely with Nightworms. There's no money changing hands for these reviews. There is some free books involved, but I give free books to a lot of people. You know what I mean? I love to give free books. But I knew in advance that these reviews weren't going to be the best for these books. I mean, we talk about it. She's like, you know, they didn't like this one as much as the last one, and I understand that, and I wanted total honesty, and to give me their honest opinion on the book, and that's what I got. Okay. I mean, I have no problem with what they said. I mean, I can understand from the author's point of view, from Patrick and from Chad's, you know, what they took out of it. You know, well, my book didn't have that in it, you know, in prevalence, like you said, but. Opinions, I mean, reviews are basically opinions, and everybody has one, and we don't always agree with it. We don't always disagree with it. But when you ask a group for their opinion and they give it to you honestly, then, I mean, they fulfilled their end of the bargain. Did they? Would I have given the same review? Probably not. Would 9 out of 10 other people given the same review? Probably not. But it was just that particular group. They found offense of that, and I have no problem at all.
Can I weigh?
I'm
can
with
I
you
weigh
there.
in on
I
this
don't care
real
about
quick?
what they think. I mean,
Can I say?
You're allowed to review anything. All right, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean to talk over.
I'm just saying, hey, you know,
before Jeremy jumped in,
you have your own. You know, everybody's free to their own opinion. Reviewers can say whatever they want about a book.
Exactly.
Right? And even
it ended up
if 8 of them have the same opinion, who cares, right? They're
Exactly.
free to do what they want to do. Right.
And it actually helped get that book its correct audience.
That was what I wanted to say. Like I can't take this as my own. This was somebody else who brought this to me. But you know, when you have books that are especially extreme horror, like a lot of these books fall into, when you have reviews that are 1 star, but they're like, this book was so extreme, it has this and that, and how inappropriate this was. Those are actually good reviews for your audience. Because
Correct.
they read, the people that are into extreme horror read that and they're like, oh, well, that's what I want to read. So they'll
Correct.
go to it. So it's not necessarily a bad thing for those books at all to have those reviews out there. The star is negligent. It's what they say about it. And if they say it's gross and inappropriate and I can't stand like this kind of stuff and I'm so triggered, the people that are into extreme horror are going to buy that book because that's what they want.
And Nightworms, they're not wallflowers. They're not opposed to extreme horror. They love they love Dead Inside, and that is one of the most extreme titles we have.
Okay, yeah, I can see what you're saying. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's just they're just giving their their honest opinions, like you said, and like you were really quick to weigh in on that, Jarod. Also to comment online and say like, look, we only want honest reviews, and that's what they're giving us.
So
the beginning. So
yeah. So if I was to say, I didn't like their review of this book, then I would have to throw away all their 5-star reviews of other books as well. So if I can't expect them to be honest, then I can't take any of their reviews seriously.
Right.
So I asked for honesty, and that's what I believe they gave me. And I think that they're in my eyes, their integrity is without question. Did they talk amongst themselves about the books? Of course they did. It was a book party. So, did they influence each other's decisions? I'll never know. But, it was what it was. And to be honest, it probably got more sales than if they said that this book was great. So I'm happy all the way around. Sadie and I still continue to have a great working relationship. She's our new social media director.
And that's what I was going to say next. Was that already decided when these reviews were happening, or was it decided after the big uproar on both sides?
No, this has been in the works for a few months. Well before that. And we use Sadie because she's good at what she does. She's honest and she has a lot of integrity. And she has good contacts that we need as a small press to break into other markets within the genre. Our small, our Twitter and all this can only reach a certain number of people. She opens the doors to a lot more people, which opens the door, just like the Vidal Sassoon, So, she told 2 people, Just
like Vidal Sassoon. What?
Yeah,
I thought
commercial tagline or something.
If you don't look good, we don't look good. I thought that was what it was. No,
but that's the bottom line. Sadie is doing exactly what we asked her to do. We have no problems. There's no malfeasance going on. There's nothing. It's everything's cool. And I appreciate that somebody thought enough about us to raise their sword for us, but it was really unnecessary because, like I said, before these reviews even came out, we discussed it. She told me, she didn't tell me the content of the reviews because that would be a little, unethical. But she did say, hey, they didn't like these. I was like, well, let's just roll with it. It is what it is. They say what they say. So let's
Jeremy said the word uproar. There was an uproar. Was there even an uproar, or was it just Jeremy? I don't really quite get it. Like, was there an actual uproar?
It had to, because it was brought to me as it was already an uproar. That's how it was presented.
Okay, I wasn't aware. It sounded like you were just the uproar.
It was never a really major deal. There was one person in particular that took it.
Jeremy?
No, it was not Jeremy. It was not. Okay. It was not Jeremy initially. Jeremy knows who it was. I'm not going to say who it was because it's not important. Yeah. Because I respect that person.
I'm not going to ask you to reveal somebody's name that doesn't want.
So even that person, I respect their opinion on it all.
Here you go. There.
So, and that's what it's all about. We can all have different opinions and all respect each other's opinions. And until we learn to do that, really, it's always going to be like this. You know what I mean? It's always going to be an uproar. What's the new uproar? There doesn't really need to be any uproars. It's just people doing their own thing.
Here's the thing. Going back to what you said earlier about did they talk amongst themselves about of course they can do that. Here's the thing. We review a lot of books on this show, and none of ours match up, the way that theirs quite did. We hardly ever agree on books here, especially when Zach, who just recently left, for greener pastures for himself, we vastly disagreed on a lot of books. I think Gregor and I may have come to the same conclusion on several books. But even then, we both had different interpretations.
Yeah, I mean, I don't like his favorite vampire novel. Yeah, that's for sure.
Yeah,
Well, it's got to be Until the Sun. I'm assuming because
what is it called?
Until the Sun.
No, it's
I've not read that.
No, it's Church Mouse. Is my favorite. Church Mouse is the best vampire novel I've ever read.
I have Until the Sun on my Kindle.
It's a very good book. I mean, I'm not. I mean, I may be a little biased, but anyway, going to what Jeremy said, your group, y'all have a lot of different minds, and if you'll look back on the Nightworms review, they do as well. They're not always like-minded on every book. They don't always, and they didn't share the same opinion on this book. A few of them dissented and went a totally different way with it. But they're a group of people that, as far as the content that they saw that they didn't like, they're like-minded on that. And I like I said, I can't fault them for that. Was it prolific in the books? Would it bother me? No. But some people it would, and then I dig that. So more power to them. If that offends you, it's not going to stop us from publishing it and submitting it to them for review. But I know what to expect when I do.
Here's one more thing. Somebody replied to one of these reviewers, and of course they were female. The person they were replying to. I assume it was either you or Patrick One, whose response to their review, and I don't remember if it was scathing or just dismissive, but it was thanks for the review, such and such. We're still learning, and I felt like that was kind of like getting down and like would you like to spit in my face? Would you like to use me as a footstool? I felt like it was like.
You found it pandering. I can suspect that opinion. It was me who wrote that response, and I think the response was that we're listening, and not that we're learning. I think it was we're listening because we do listen to what the reviews say.
Okay,
I'm back.
And when I say that, it was basically for that one reviewer that in the future I'm going to warn them when some of this material contains the same thing that they found very offensive. I'm going to let them know up front, so that maybe we won't run into this. They'll just pass on the book. We won't get these reviews. You know what I mean? But if they want to go ahead and review it, I will still listen to whatever they have to say about it.
Okay, well, those were all of my concerns, and I was worried that you had been infiltrated when I found out who the new social media director was. And I had all these, fears. Oh no, one of them's gonna get me too'd or something,
No, absolutely not.
# me too.
But
no, it's been much ado about nothing, really. I mean, because people didn't know the inside, what's going on behind the scenes. That everybody who was involved already knew what was going on. There was no conspiracy to undermine DHP. Quite the opposite. They have been ardent DHP supporters. They've all helped. They basically Nightworms, and I'll give them this. They've been responsible for a good 45 to 50% of our sales on these splatter westerns because they get the word out.
But I thought you gave them all free copies.
Acting as your unofficial lawyer, those are not hard in hard fast numbers.
No, they're not hard fast numbers. I just actually made those. I made that up on the. But they did. They helped get the word out, and I did give them free books.
Well, anytime
that's
that
what
you have to give reviewers books. Yeah.
Well, that's fine, but how can they be the ones who are most? Oh, because they got the word out.
Because they're reviewing
Right.
book. Yeah.
Because I mean, any the phrase, any publicity is good publicity, and it's 100% true.
Okay, I get what you're saying now. So yeah, I guess it was maybe blown out of proportion, but it was already blown out of proportion when it was brought to me. I will say that. I will excuse myself on that, but I can see why they may be a necessary force now. And yes, people are allowed to review things negatively, I do it, of course, if I don't like something, and I can, light into them myself pretty bad. I'm not too fair to a lot of lit RPG novels, which is this weird new thing I've discovered. But I'm not. My problem isn't that they gave bad reviews in general. It's that I felt like they were all lining up a bit too much. But now that you've given me a little bit more perspective, and I hope no one listening or watching thinks that suddenly I'm rolling over and placating him because I was open-minded enough to see what he was saying.
I don't think anybody would think that, dude.
Not at all. I mean, this is what civil discourse is about, and this is what it was for, is to solve problems. I mean, so, and the person who originally brought this issue up, they're not wrong either, because they had an opinion on what they saw was going on, right? So they expressed it to another person, and then there became this discussion about it, and that's what brought us here. So I mean, I don't see any problem with any of it.
Cool veil, Regina, or is that a Phantom of the Opera mask? Or?
Yeah, it's like one of those eyes wide shut style masks.
I did leave my keys in the bowl at the door when I got here. So
good.
I didn't bring my mask though. Shit, damn it.
Yeah, well.
Anybody?
Whatever. COVID's a myth anyway.
Yeah.
Can anybody play the piano?
What?
Can anybody play the piano?
Yeah, right. Oh, John Wayne, too, real quick. I just started Hellmouth today, and it is like really excellent already. I'm about a third of the way through, and it's love it, so good.
Cool. Thank you so much. I'm glad you like it.
Yeah,
very much related.
We're actually going to move on to Mage the Hellmouth discussion because another guest coming on soon. But before we do, Jarod, what do you want to say about Death's Head Press's future, as far as release-wise or events or anything?
Dude, I mean, me and John Wayne are going to be at, the Houston Horror Film Fest Pop-Up Market on January 16th. This is our second one of that. Pretty good little local thing. I mean, if you're in Washington or whatever, you don't want to fly down for it. But
it's from noon to 8. The same hotel, right?
Same place.
Same hotel. If you're in the Houston area, it's on all of our social medias. You can check it out.
Right.
But yeah,
it's gonna be a good little show.
Dude, it's getting big, man. They keep announcing like people. It's kind of like a 1-day big con because they have enough celebrities. Really, like it's.
I mean, they've got Death's Head Press there, so it's.
I mean, I was gonna say we're number one. They put us on the poster, and then everybody else comes under us. So
we got that. We've got more splatter westerns coming up. We've got a pitch from fucking Mr. John Wayne over there that we're thinking about doing this year. You know what pitch I'm talking about?
I know, and thank you. We're gonna talk about it.
So, did you talk about it?
Well, I said we are going to talk about it.
Oh, okay. Oh, yeah, that's right. We're going to talk about it. But we've got that.
Yes.
We've got some more Ryan Harding coming up later on this year. A sequel to one of his really cool slasher books, Reincarnage. So I don't know how many people have read Reincarnage, but you need to read it. Let's see what else. I mean, I had this list of shit I was supposed to say, but now after this third glass of Merlot, I have pretty much forgotten all of it.
And you leave it in the kitchen?
Right. So anyway, we just got a lot of good shit coming up. We got more splatter westerns.
The Rufty. I want to know about the Rufty one.
Well, I don't know much about the Rufty one except that it's coming. I don't even know the title yet. He's working on it. The big one right now is Triana because it just came out, and it's an epic fucking 500-page weapon. It's a fucking weapon. All right, let's see. Yeah, you do need it. Animus Farm by Donald Armfield. Fucking great book. Fucking Armfield.
Yeah, I got to read that. I was pretty stoked about it.
Yeah, it's a pretty badass book. We were glad to publish it.
I'm holding it up to the camera. This is a very long book. I've started reading it. It's awesome.
That's by me on it.
And that's a splatter western as well?
It is.
Yeah, it's number 8.
Those are generally novellas, right? Or is that?
It is. Okay. It is, but it's Triana, so we let him get away with some shit. You know what I mean?
Okay, I got you.
So no, he had actually already had most of that written when we approached him. So And I'm going to be honest. Death Set Press is not in the business to stifle creativity. We generally don't have stringent word counts. We want you to. We want the author to give us as many words as it takes to tell their story.
So, can you tell me the title of this book? I'm just curious as to how you would pronounce this.
The 13th Coyote.
Okay, I'd say the 13th Coyote.
Yeah, but Coyote is still Coyote, even if it's with a C. So
I'm just no. I know. I just know some people say Coyote, some people say Coyote.
Well, it depends on if you're from West Texas. It's definitely Coyote out there.
Okay.
So
anyway,
curious.
I like Coyote, but yeah, that's all I wanted to know.
If you like Coyote, then it's the 13th Coyote.
All right.
That's right.
Yeah, and I am good friends with Chris. I was just at his house last week, but we did talk about this book a lot, and I've been talking with him since his beginning of writing this book before it was even a Death Set Press book, and it's really cool to have seen it come all this way. And he did such a shit ton of research on werewolves that he will never put out there and tell anybody. But I looked through all of the stuff that he did for this book, and it is I'm not gonna suck its dick anymore, but it's a great. You should definitely do it. It's an awesome book. So.
I mean, I took a lot of shit because of the length of this book from the other authors in the series.
Long.
Because,
hey, I think Frank Edler might have a question for you, Jarod, or John Wayne. I don't know.
Frank, come on in, Frank.
Mr. Frank.
Frank.
That name again is Mr. Frank.
I love me some Mr. Frank.
Keep going. Keep bringing it, baby. Yeah. What's up, gentlemen? It's funny, Jared's talking about, all the stuff going on with Death Set Press, and I just got finished. That's why I've joined you. I was working on Bazong for tomorrow's show. I'll give it to you guys now, the exclusive here. Ryan Harding and Lucas Mangum were talking Pandemonium from Death Set Press.
Nice.
I should have brought that up. Yeah. I mean, it ties right in. I mean, I know there was some bad news on the last guest, and I didn't want to take away from this, but we got a wrestling fucking horror book out called Pandemonium from two of the best. Lucas Mangum.
That's Lucas Mangum and Ryan Harding.
That's correct.
Pandemonium is the name of it.
Yeah, and Jeremy, I was going to bring up earlier, Lucas. I don't know if you're how well you know Lucas, but he's super into wrestling. He would be the best, the best person to talk with, with Jimmy and these kind of. He would know exactly what is.
Lucas was at the BizarroCon that year that we in 2014 that we went. So he was pretty cool. Yeah.
He would have wet his panties to be on this show, So
he really is into wrestling, and he's my brother. He's in Austin. He's a Texas guy, so I love.
I had this pre-ordered already, so yeah, I think it arrived already. Yeah,
and I love that cover. That cover artist is one we use quite frequently. Daniela Bathsheba. She's a badass chick. She did Dead Inside as well.
Okay.
Oh, cool.
Yeah.
Beautiful Saturday morning cartoon, X-rated Saturday morning cartoon type look.
And that's what we wanted. You got a pimp on the cover. How many books get through Amazon with a pimp on the cover? So
you tell me.
Pimp. I don't know. So anyway, that's it. I don't want to hold you up from y'all's next guest. Frank, thanks for coming on and mentioning this book, man.
Pleasure as always, Jared.
So I don't know what else to say except that I need another glass of Merlot.
All right, well, you can come on here and anytime you want to clear something up or promote something, I feel like you get me and this whole thing of ours better than Patrick does, and that's not to disparage Patrick, but I feel like I can chill more with you than what I know of Patrick so far. So
right, we'll drag Patrick's ass on here because it's he's just I'm an attention whore to some degree.
Patrick's lays back in the cut, he's Nate Dogg and Warren G had to regulate, he's just chilling back in the cut, like Nate Dogg, and you're Warren G.
That's
out
correct.
there getting shot, So,
but no, man, I dig the show. I watched the show. I have no problem with no problem with any of it. I come on anytime. You can't blindside me because I don't give a fuck. About what I say.
You're legitimately telling me I did not throw you a curveball by saving that one question for the end that time. You got to.
No, you didn't. No, dude, because I know the backstory on a lot of shit.
What?
Oh, froze.
Drop. You know what I mean?
Oh,
I was just waiting for it. You did save it for last.
Oh.
I wanted you to think that you were getting away with not answering though, and then I wanted to do the Columbo. Oh, and just one more thing.
Just one more thing. But no, okay. In that aspect, you did. You saved it for the end. I did think I'd gotten away. I was like, motherfucking moonwalking out of here. But
I'll
yeah,
never be able to do that again with anybody. Everybody will expect that now.
Right. And I hope they do. But no, I mean, I was expecting the question at some point, and I wanted to talk about it. And I want to talk about everything. I'm an open book. I don't have secrets. Anything you want to talk about, I'm fucking down. So that's it.
Well, thanks a lot, Jarod. And it was great to talk to you again.
Likewise.
If you hear anything else about a new pillow Facebook, because I'm the last to ever hear about those, please tell me, because that's one of my favorite, monsters in indie publishing. So,
well, I definitely will. I mean, I'm supposed to have a phone call with Rusty here pretty quick to talk about when we're going to get this Splatter Western out. So I will mention your love of Pillowface.
Yeah, he knows. He knows already. I hope he's still going to try to pitch Pillowface versus the Big Head to Ed Lee. That would be cool.
I would publish the fuck out of that. I would. I would be like, shit.
I would
give
kick
me that
the dick out of that.
So anyway, all right, fellas.
Nice seeing you again.
Yeah, it was good seeing all you, and I appreciate y'all having me on, allowing me to give my 2 cents.
All right.
See you on Saturday.
I'll see you next Saturday, John Wayne.
So,
thanks for coming.
First of all, thanks, Regina, for our next guest. It's really great to see you in here, Aron. I recently read Pizza Face, which is one of your newest short collections, right?
Yes, yeah. Pizza Face I released a bit earlier in the year, for 2020, I should say. But yeah, thanks for having me on, guys. Definitely appreciate the invite. Excited
Thanks
to be
for
here.
coming on.
Who did the cover for this, by the way?
I pretty much have the same dude that does most of my covers. It's this fella from Russia called Anton Rozovsky, and
Das ist Russia.
Yeah, he's really good at taking kind of your vision and sort of molding it into. I mean, I very rarely have to do any kind of amendments. He kind of nails it on the first shot. And then Don Noble will also do some of my font work and kind of tie it together for the wraparound. And he's a really great guy too.
Yeah, shouts out to Don Noble. Rooster Republic, awesome dude.
Yeah, every time he just kind of when I was doing my covers initially, I really wasn't doing professional wraparounds. I was kind of a little confused maybe the first year I started publishing. But yeah, since meeting him, I feel like the books definitely have a much more professional look. So
interesting. Very interesting.
So, did you write a book for the Rewind or Die series as well?
No, I actually did not. No. Pretty much everything I've been in is stuff that I've self-published pretty much everything, but then I've been in a couple of collections from Hellbound Books. My Drabble Hot Car appeared in Kevin Kennedy's collection that last year as well.
Now, what is Drabble? What is the difference between Drabble and, say, flash fiction? Is there a difference?
100 words.
Yeah, exactly, John. Yeah, it usually has to be 100 on the button from what I, at least the ones I've been involved with.
My understanding, it's got to be 100 words exactly, I believe.
Which is pretty cool though, because it's almost kind of like it makes you write different. obviously, but it's kind of like putting a puzzle together almost, because you're like, damn, how can I get this idea, to fit exactly 100 words? And it's a lot of shifting, but you can write them relatively quick. I think I wrote when I did my initial submission, I think I wrote 5 of them in one day, and I was fortunate enough that he liked that hot car one.
Cool.
That's cool.
How long have you been involved in publishing?
I'm relatively new. I mean, I've been writing since I was in middle school, pretty much. But I did some stuff with music for quite a bit with just some friends of mine. Nothing real serious, but that kind of occupied a lot of my time. And I wrote a lot of lyrics and things like that for maybe 8 years or so. And then kind of when I settled and the band broke up and stuff, I was just looking for an avenue to sort of, continue my writing. And it was horror. I've always had a passion for horror. So that's kind of how I ended up. And the first thing I really wrote was Die Tommy, even though I published Tried New Candy first. I had wrote that and sat on it. I didn't really know what I was going to do with it. And then my wife got me a book from Digipod, who is, they're just like a press that you can sort of pay to, kind of like Book Baby. I'm sure you guys are familiar with that, but yeah, she got me that book, and then said, hey, why don't you try doing it? And so I kind of credit her with me sort of moving forward, and it kind of just went from there.
Right on.
So you're much more in the short story end of things. You haven't written a lot of full lengths yet, have you?
Well, I'm actually down the middle right now. I've got 4 collections that I've written, and then I've got 4 standalone, which I would say the Slob, Die Tommy are more novella, and then Scary Bastard and my newest release, Yellow. Those are close to novel, but not quite.
Pull up the cover for Dark Assembly, Jeremy.
I love that cover. Oh my god.
That's great.
It's so good.
Yeah, actually, Don Noble did a great job of removing the cock off this guy.
Oh.
Because initially I had it.
And how many times do you get to say that? You really have to. Don Noble did a great job of taking the cock off this guy.
Yeah, God bless him.
That should be the blurb, on the book, actually.
Now, if you do buy the book, though, I made sure in the paperback that the cover image is cock included on that.
Nice. Oh, really?
Absolutely. Yeah.
CI, cock included. Thank you.
Wow. So I'm assuming this is a short story collection as well?
It is, yes.
Okay.
Yeah. This one's kind of... I guess the last story in it has kind of the one that sparked a little bit of, just like, holy shit, this book's kind of fucked up. And this is the first one I ended up going back and having an editor go through all of my stuff. But I was kind of sloppy in that first year. I didn't know what the hell I was doing. Mm-hmm. So I revised a lot of my work. And this was the first one I had an editor look at. And I put that story last because I didn't know if she'd want to work with me if she read it first. Right. But I was like, she's already, almost done at the end. She can't renege on the gig now,
Yeah.
So that was my strategy.
Famous last words.
Yeah.
Did you bring it up at all or no?
No, I mean, she's hardcore. I was like, she writes books too. And it's just very softer stuff, it's not horror or anything like that. But right. I asked her, I was like, are you okay? I mean, there's some really pretty messed up stuff in here. And she was like, no, I'm okay with it. And no, she said she loved the collection, which I was kind of taken aback by. I didn't really think she'd be that into it. But yeah.
So Yellow is your latest one, right?
Yes, sir. Yes.
And that's got a great cover too. I mean, it's obvious it's way different as far as the aesthetic or whatever, but it is a great cover.
I'm guessing from the title. I'm guessing from the title that it's heavily inspired by giallo novels.
Well, I mean, that's an interesting observation because I am super into giallo, but this is actually more of a kind of a tinge of pulp noir I was kind of going for. Mm-hmm. And it's really a revenge. I was obsessed with the Death Wish movies and Regina, thank you for leaving the review. I did read your review. I noticed you mentioned what was it, Old Boy in it, which Old Boy is an excellent revenge movie as well. I kind of have all these things in my head that I'm like, okay, I need to write my definitive slasher, and that was Scary Bastard, and this is like my definitive revenge, so to speak. But
yeah, it was great. It was like super hard boiled, like really just, a traumatic thing happening like every 5 to 10 pages. It was just fantastically creative. Do you because when I write something that's really fucked up, I often have like moments where I'm just sitting there like screaming at my keyboard, and I have to like take breaks because it's just like I have to like pause and be like, am I really going to write this? Like, do you find that you have to do that at all ever, or do you just like plow through without even thinking about it?
I think for me, it's like afterwards, and then I read through it again, and I'm like, oh wow, I did write that, huh? More that sort of thing. But when I'm in it, I'm just kind of like, oh, this is good, like I like it. Like this is my shit, kind of. Let me just keep going.
Cool, right on. No, it was a great book. It was so creative, and it was like it's extreme horror with a point and a purpose that drives the plot. And that's what I really appreciate, is when you can, have like some really basically profane things, for lack of a better word, and then, use them to tell the story. I think that's what I always really admire. And I just thought it was a really fun book, really good, really also like I won't spoil anything, of course, but I was really not expecting to be so touched by the ending. I know I said that in the review, but I really have to emphasize that now that we've got you on. It was like very moving suddenly. And I was like, wow, okay. Well done.
Oh, thank you. No, that's a great compliment coming from you, of course, too, with many great books. And I hope to read Babysitter Bloodbath. That's one of my New Year's resolutions, is to try to do more reading. Unfortunately, I don't write for a living yet. Hope to get there someday, but I feel like I should be reading more. But it's very flattering coming from you. Thank you.
No, my pleasure. When did you? You started with Try the New Candy. Is that right?
Yeah, that was actually the first one I released, and that was a short story collection.
And when was that? What year was that? Was that?
I think that was like February of 2019.
Okay.
When I put that one out. And I kind of had Tommy sitting already done. And I was like, okay, well, I did this one. That's done. Let me just keep going.
Totally.
Kind of just...
when you're writing short stories, do you write them like with a vision for a collection, or do you just kind of like, write them as you're inspired and then put them together when you think you've got enough?
I like theming collections personally. Dark Assembly was sort of like, okay, let's push the boundaries on this one. Let's really go and see what people can handle. Kind of. Try the New Candy is sort of like, you'll notice my wife actually did the illustration for the table of contents, and it's like a vending machine. So that one's like a very eclectic collection. It's like, whatever you might grab out of this vending machine. And then Pizza Face is all about mutation. So it's all different takes on stories about mutation.
Okay.
So yeah, and then Hallucinations is based off all my LSD and mushroom experiences. And I've actually had a really bad trip this year, and it caused me to write that book. Pretty much.
Interesting. I had a really bad one too this year, and I can't even talk about it. It was so like incomprehensible. It was like Lovecraftian, man. I'm sure I'll write about it eventually, but until then, it's just like, phew, I don't even want to think about it too deeply because it totally messes up my whole perception of reality. I love that cover for Hallucinations. I want to read that book so badly, and I want to get a physical copy because it's like just such a fantastic cover. I just love it. It's so bright and eye-catching. It's like the exact opposite of Dark Assembly cover, but at the same time, it's like just as disruptive and disturbing. I just love it.
Oh, thank you.
It's a good thing you weren't here for our Mandy argument / discussion / argument earlier, because we had a lot to say about having trips and such. So
interesting.
Hopefully good things.
I had good things to say. Other people did not.
Yeah. And
and Mandy. The movie we had way different things to say. I don't know about actually hallucinations if we talked about real ones, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, back to you, Gus.
I was like drifting off to memories of Vietnam there for a second, John Wayne. I saw it in your eyes.
I was in. You saw my
in LSD Nam.
in your eyes, in LSD Nam. What a time it was in LSD Nam. You were there, Jack and Frank.
I've been there.
How here's something that I've found when I intentionally try to set out to write a short story. I think I've written one that I'm actually proud of, and two others that probably shouldn't have been accepted, for the anthologies they were in. I don't know, but I've found that it's harder to develop characters that a reader can care about in short stories. At least, in my experience, you've got to make things matter more in a briefer span of time. I mean, that's a gift to be able to do that. In a novel, you have more time, or even a novella. You can build to it. But I mean, you've really got to make every scene count in a short story, because I mean it's like bing bang boom.
No, totally. Yeah, I think part of it too that at least when I read short stories, I think the twist is really important. That there's some sort of shift in the story somewhere, because you're gonna have to give them some sort of payoff. So, like you said, if like you either got to be real crafty at adding layers to characters and letting people's colors show through, or or I guess you could try and do both and kind of have that. I always like to try and have something that the reader doesn't expect, and they can get a sense of gratification from that.
I agree with that. I am a child of Twilight Zone, Amazing Stories, Outer Limits. I like to twist things all the time. So, especially when short fiction is like when I'm writing short stories, like I don't want anybody to know like what's happening until like the very, very end if I can. So I'm totally with you on the twists.
Yeah. And John, I've looked at a few of your books. I haven't had a chance to pick them up yet, but the Sinkhole, that one looked really cool.
Cool. Thanks, man.
And Scummer, right? That was another one too.
Yeah.
No, don't start with that one.
That's another one. Jeremy doesn't like that one. but that's all right. That's all right. Sinkhole is like a straight ahead kind of like horror story, and it's a novella, so it's like a real short clip of a read.
Yeah, definitely plan on checking out some of your stuff too.
Cool.
There's so many books that I've stared at, like online, just looking at them. And it's just like, I hope to get the time to read all of them. But.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I have a bunch of books as well. I do the same thing. Thank you. Yeah,
do you do your art?
The cover art, the only cover that I've actually done was for As Seen on TV.
Okay.
The rest of them are taken care of by the publishers. But my Grindhouse stuff, a lot of it, like Carrie, aka CV Hunt, is she takes very good care of like how the covers come out. She's very particular. And actually the Scummer cover is a watercolor painting that she did for that cover. But then it's like she put it under a different name. She didn't want anybody to know, but whatever.
That's
breaking news. But no, and then she also did the cover for Sinkhole, which came out on Death's Head Press because I wanted her to do the art for that. But yeah, like Nick Gucker did the art for Death Packs and Left Hand Paths, and he does a lot of like comic book stuff. And I met him through Bizarro Con. Did you meet him? Jeremy, Nick Gucker, he goes
the hat guy, right?
Yeah, Nick the Hat. He does a lot of.
I spoke one sentence to him, I think, and it was something to do with Andy
Prunty, Anderson
Schlub Club and the Weeping Willows guy, and Andy. What is Adam or Andy? The
Andy Adams
looking books. No, not Andrew Wayne Adams. the other Andy, the one that in the Slim Poisoner or the Sweet Poisoner.
Andrew Goldfarb.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nick Gucker and I spoke like one or two sentences, and it was about Goldfarb's artwork. So.
Yeah, he's an awesome artist. But like I do like to make sure my covers are colorful because my whole other aesthetic is just black on black on black. So like you come to my booth, like for instance, like there's a black, tablecloth, everything is dark, but then the covers are all colorful and pop. And then I have these colorful banners behind me, but then there's like dark, skeleton lights hanging. So I like to do a contrast between those kind of things. What are we talking about? No, I'm sorry. I'm just joking.
Covers
yeah,
and aesthetic,
I'm just joking. Yeah,
presentation.
Yeah, I appreciate it because like covers are important. Like they're very important. Like and I like the covers that Jeremy had up here when we were talking to you. Those are like badass. I was writing down those titles. So yeah, covers are super fucking important right now. I think always actually.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I think like people say that, they don't judge a book by its cover, but I always have kind of like, I've always been like, oh, am I interested? Well, unless I know the author, you know what I mean? Like if I'm familiar with the author, then the cover is a little less relevant. But if I'm like looking at new stuff, then the cover is like super relevant to me,
I'm sorry, Jeremy, do you want to say something? You look like you're about to say
Well,
something.
I was just going to say one thing in relation to this about judging a book by its cover. I have read books where the synopsis was the most entertaining thing about it, and it was really promising. And what I got out of the story was nothing like what the synopsis promised, or at least it wasn't described as well as it was in the synopsis. So they spent more time. But they put in more time and effort in describing the story than actually writing it. So I think the cover and the synopsis both need to, sell the book. And but yeah, everybody judges. But that's why would you make covers where it's just the title in a ye old English type font with an overlook of a city? Way too many people do that cover. That same cover,
I don't know, but here's what I do know. I sell most of my books at conventions, and that's how I get a lot of people into my books. And I know that nobody comes to a horror convention to buy a book, let alone a book from me, because who the fuck am I, right? But if I have this presentation and I can put forth this whole kind of thing, I'm putting it all together and I'm selling this thing and I'm singing for my supper and I'm bringing you to my table and I'm drawing you there with the covers and the attitude and what's all happening. Like you have to use all of those things, and the cover is like a super important thing. I get people that walk by the table, they're like, "This is cool, man. These pictures are cool." And I'm like, "Oh yeah, I'm an author. This is my thing. I don't read." And they walk away, but they like
get out of here.
The pictures, like on the covers. It's really it is an important thing. I don't know, but I know what you mean, Jeremy. You do need to have like what it takes to back it up. I happen to think I do have that, but it is up to your opinion, of course. It's everybody's.
I'll tell you what I told J. Peter W. Which is no longer valid, actually. But I don't think you've written your greatest work yet. But J. Peter W. He just released Into the Woods Monsters Happened, and it's pretty incredible. It's the best thing he's written out of all of his 10 books or so. So yeah, I mean, a lot of authors haven't written their best yet.
I was gonna say you don't want to write your best yet for a long time.
You're always wanting to improve on your next work. Like it's hard. Like I said, I deal with the conventions and talking to people a lot, and one of the number one questions when people are into like, I'm gonna buy a book, they want to know, what's your best book? They say, what's your best book? And I'm like, what the fuck am I supposed to say to that?
What do you say? what is your answer?
What I say to them is like, wow, that's really hard for me to say. So rather than tell you what my best thing is, the best introduction to my stuff, I say is Death Packs and Left Hand Paths, because it's kind of funny, but it's kind of horror, and it's got like a little bit of. It was when I was crossing from like Bizarro into horror a little bit, straddling that fence. So I take them that way. Jeremy, you don't look like you agree. Let me know what you think. Now to you.
Oh, well, I haven't read Death Packs and
Left Hand Paths.
Yeah, I own it, but I haven't read it. I gave you my opinion on Aunt Poster and Scummer, and I've got Charge Landon, Sinkhole, and Mage of Hellmouth. So I've got the whole catalog. I just
and the rest. That was like
derailed.
I didn't get it.
Because on Gilligan's Island they would say the skipper too and the rest before they said the professor and Marianne.
Okay. You don't look like somebody who ever could quote Gilligan's Island. I mean,
I'm very mysterious, man.
Right, Aaron. What would you say is your best out of what you've written so far?
Well,
that's hard to say. It really
is. It is a tough question. I guess I would just go by what people purchase the most,
Right, or the latest one, right? I mean, you pretty much would always think your latest one's the best, right?
Yeah,
sorry, go ahead, John.
No, I'm sorry, I stepped on you. Go ahead.
Oh, that's okay. No, I was just gonna say, I think for in my opinion, I like Yellow the best, but I think right now, the Slob has kind of that is the book that has gotten me a little bit noticed, and I'm very grateful for that book and the timing and re-releasing it, because initially, like I told you guys, I kind of I didn't have my shit together in the first year, and I re-released that one around just before Thanksgiving, and it's just people really seem to have gravitated towards it, and I think it has something to do with there's a lot of stuff about growing up in a messy house and just kind of hoarding in some aspects of the book, and I don't know if people just related with that somehow, more people than I expected kind of connected with that storyline. And also I think going back to what you're talking about with covers, I think a lot of people just fell in love with that cover, and I think that's the reason why Dom Haru, the Polish publisher, I mean, I doubt that they heard of me any other way than actually seeing that image. They reached out to me though, and next thing I know, I'm going to be in another language somehow, which I never really dreamed of that happening. So I credit that book. I would say that book. But
yeah,
I like how the bully in Pizza Face gets his comeuppance to the point where, and I hope this isn't too much of a spoiler, where even his family get in on it. Just they're laughing at him so hard, that even he can't even seek comfort there once the shit goes down.
Yeah, thanks, man. I appreciate you checking that out.
I was gonna say, I also when it comes to somebody saying what's your best book or what should I buy, because I deal with people on a face-to-face basis so much, it's kind of like a know your audience type of thing. So I can talk to somebody for a little while and know that for instance, they might not like Scummer, so I'm not going to describe that one to them, but I'll tell them hey, this is a straight horror story. But you just kind of have to know, if you get a sense for what someone may like, and especially Mage of the Hellmouth is my 10th published book. So I have an array of things that can appeal to different people. I think, at least. So it is also a know who you're talking to, type of thing. Especially again, no one's there to buy a book, dude. No one's there to buy a book from me until they meet me, and then
And John, I'm looking forward to doing more conventions. Unfortunately, I only been able to do one, and then kind of COVID hit.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think like you're saying too, sort of asking questions, sort of probing, find out what they like, and then you're sort of the salesman at that point. You cater what your best, the best fit for them is, kind of.
Absolutely. And then I want to say one thing real quick, without being an asshole. I think I brought this up before to somebody, but I mean this like my first name is John Wayne, so I go by John Wayne. So I like, don't call me John, please. I guess is what.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
So I'm sorry, I'm not trying to sound like an asshole, but I have to say this, Jeremy. You know me. I have to say these things to people. I have to tell people.
John Wayne sounds
John
just
Wayne.
It's all right, dude.
I just like I just have to put that out there. Otherwise, people would be like, "Why didn't you tell that guy?" So my name is John Wayne, and then now I've lost all translate. No, conventions. Yeah, like it's all about that connection, man. Like especially what we do. We're writing. I want to build that connection with people. That's why I do 3 podcasts every week. That's why I try to be as accessible as possible, and I try to be as genuine as possible. I know a lot of people think that my name really isn't John Wayne. A lot of people think that I'm playing a character a lot of times, but I'm not. This is who I am, and I'm a crazy weirdo. But when you come. But I've committed to like this is traveling all over and selling my books, but it becomes an experience. You come to my table. I have beer and music. I have a guitar. We have crazy good times. It's like it's an experience. Like for instance, I was at this convention in Florida, and Jared's put something. My buddy Nick P and I, like, we smoke a lot of weed, so we were just like trading off, like, and we were at our booth, and it's probably like 11 in the morning, and I'm drinking beer out of a coffee cup, and Nick is just drinking straight whiskey out of a glass, and this young girl who's probably like 11 or 12 is at my booth and just looking at the books, and she's like, "So you write books?" And then she stops and looks at both of us, and she says, "Why does it smell like weed here?" And I was like, and my buddy Nick just says, "It's a feature of the booth," and just takes a drink of his drink, and I was like, "Yep, that's it." So it's a good time. Like it's about all of that. It's so much more than just like you write a book. It's a lot that it's a connection, and I'm always striving to like make a connection with people, and that's a big part of how you get your art out there, I guess.
Yeah, man, I'm looking forward to that.
What state do you live in, dude? Where are you at?
I'm in Rhode Island on the East Coast over here.
Nice. I was just up in Connecticut.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
The Mandy Dick Gang.
What did you say?
Jared is said that he's first off, Aaron, he's a fan of yours. He's sorry he couldn't come on, but he's naked watching Mandy and kicking dicks with his wife or something. I don't know.
Well, thanks, Jared. Yeah, it sounds like he's having a much better time.
Yeah. Well, I can't offer that. I'm through, or at least not in any way that would be as good. But so.
Hey, Aaron, are you going to be at I'm going to be at New Jersey HorrorCon in March, unless we all die or they cancel it. That's kind of close to you, right? Like close.
That was the one that I was looking at that one. But I was kind of like, damn, I don't know if they're gonna cancel it, but yeah, I'm gonna try to go. If it doesn't get canceled, I'd like to go. I'll definitely shoot you a message or something.
The thing that sucks, like last year I had so much shit lined up for 2020, and all of it just keeps rolling over to new dates. So I'm just like, I'll be here unless we die, and they take my money again and put it somewhere else. Like that's another thing that super sucks about like this being my job. I have like a ton of money that's just tied up into conventions that keep rolling over to the next one and the next one and the next one. So.
How many people here have a Patreon?
I do.
You do. Ben, do you have one?
Feel like it brings in good stuff?
I don't have a Patreon, but go to Amazon and buy my fucking books.
Richard, do you have one?
No,
I'll
I
buy them
don't,
from Bookshop. Actually, fuck Amazon.
I'm very much on the fence of like I don't really know if it's worth doing. So what are your feelings on that? Obviously, I mean you have one, so
I think that you could do. You could get an OnlyFans account, and you could like really great ASMR.
No,
Do
that
you
would
know
be
how many people
no.
want
I would
me?
never
Tell me.
do anything like that.
Everybody, listen to that voice and tell me she wouldn't do good ASMR.
That's bizarre. No, thank you. Strong no.
Frank,
I'll let my work speak for me. I'll tell you this, I cannot listen to my work read out loud, and I hate the sound of my own voice. So those things like combined, I want to do like a Twitch reading sometime, or do like a stream where I do tarot readings or just general divination stuff. I do charm reading too, so that would be a fun stream. But it's like I just can't stand the sound of my own voice.
Man, you get past. I love the sound of my voice.
John Wayne, didn't you say that you were doing some sort of deck of tarot yourself or something? Or
Yeah,
just...
we were talking about that last time. Yeah, I've been drawing like all these. I actually like while we've been doing this episode. I'm sorry, but I was drawing like the sketch for the Three of Cups.
That's
because,
an appropriate one too.
Because I'm
Very
going
nice.
because I'm going to keep drawing like after like when we're done talking, I'll just like watch the end of the football game and draw like because I'm trying to crank out these cards. There's 72 of them. Yeah. But you know, you shouldn't like be so self-conscious about hearing your voice. You know, those kind of things are in your head. Like it's like when you get high and you walk into like, you know, Walmart or something and you're like, oh my God, everyone knows I'm high. But nobody knows you're high.
Nobody's paying attention to you.
Nobody knows you're high, and nobody's listening to your voice going like, oh my God, why is this girl on taping her voice? Ugh. You know, nobody's thinking that. These are all things in our head. So I think you should do these streams and you should do these things.
Oh yeah, no, I
if you want to, I mean, you know.
So you have a Patreon, right? So
I do have a Patreon, and like I was gonna say, like I didn't have one for a long time because I was also like, I don't know, like do I have a Patreon? But then when I didn't have a day job anymore, I was like, well, I guess I can kind of justify having a Patreon. But I was trying to like figure out how to do it, and like how do I do it as an author, and you know, how do I do these tiers? But I think I set it up pretty well. Like everybody gets a story once a month. At the top of the month, you get a story that's published and coming out. Like you get it before anybody else gets it. And then you have access to another podcast that I do every week. I do 3 podcasts every week. This one's called the Awesome Dude for Life Boner Bonus Podcast. And this is the only podcast where I actually interview people. And like, I know, like I say, I travel all over the place. So I know all these authors and artists and all kinds of different disciplines. And I talk to them like over Skype and live if we can. Like they were all supposed to be live, but then we were plagued. And so I talked to a bunch of different artists on that. And when you like, even if you join like the $1 beer club, which is my lowest tier, it's $1, you have access to that podcast and all of the back episodes, which I think I put like 54 or episode 55 up today. I've had that. I think I've had my Patreon for like a little over a year.
Wow.
So that's cool. But then like you get stories. I give like the PDF, like my first published book, Porn Star Retirement Plan, is out of print, and I give like a PDF to everybody who joins that, you know, over the $1 beer club, you just get the podcast. I'm sorry. But you know, otherwise you get different things. So, you know, I'm doing my best out there. You know, you want to support Uncle Johnny, throw him a couple bucks, check it out. Patreon.com/JohnWayneIsDead. You know,
Mr. Frank, do you have a Patreon?
No, that's you know, like John Wayne was just explaining, it's good to have, but it's an investment. You're going to take people's money, you got to give them something. So I don't have that time that John Wayne has to invest in doing that. So you all give your dollars plus to John Wayne, and we'll be fine.
Aaron?
No, sir. No Patreon for me yet. Yeah.
Have you thought about doing one?
I've considered it. I think kind of like some of you guys have. I just haven't really had the time to really sit down and crack it open. But I'm not totally opposed to it. It sounds like John Wayne has some success, or some. It feels like do you have some success with it? You think so far since you set it up, or
I do like my number on there is public. I don't think it's hidden. So I think right now I get $234 a month from people, which is that's amazing. But here's the thing: you have to realize that one of the things I had to do was okay, how many physical things can I actually give out? Because shipping is a bitch. So that was the first thing I looked at. I was okay, I can't really on the lower tiers offer things I'm going to send to you, because then it's just I might as well, just how about we get on the phone together and you take a $5 bill and I take a $5 bill and we burn it together and call it a good day, So you have to look at those kind of things. So that's where I was okay, what can I give to people that is going to be available? It doesn't cost me money to send them at the lower tiers. And that was when I was okay, I can send this PDF of an out of print thing. But then I came up with the podcast because I was well, I like to talk and I can do all kinds of shit. Doesn't matter. I can get on there every week and do another thing and give that to anybody that subscribes. So on any tier you're on, you're at least getting another hour of me talking to somebody else, or I do readings of my published work sometimes, because I've been doing voices for audiobooks and that kind of thing. So I do a lot of stuff on there, and then I'll do videos of me playing songs, John Wayne is Dead songs that haven't been put out yet, and all that, and you have access to anything that I put on that wall on any tier that you subscribe to. So it's just a balance of that kind of thing, and kind of figuring it out.
And it seems because I looked at it, because I'd co-host a podcast called Evil Examined too. That's just kind of looking at all kinds of fucked up shit. Yeah. Just anything from true crime, UFOs, paranormal stuff, just for fun, and but we looked at it and we were okay, because we were starting to get some decent listens, and we were maybe we'll do a Patreon. But ultimately it's just there's so much going on, and maybe if I didn't have to work a full-time job, then I could say, okay, I could commit to putting out an extra 2 episodes a month. But it just kind of was too much. But sounds like for your position it's ideal, so
it's it's a lot of work for sure. Especially when people are giving you money, you don't want to let them down. You always want to be there, especially for them. But see, Patreon sounds difficult to utilize. It is and it isn't. I was trying to explain, you have to, if you can balance the things that you can offer to people virtually versus physically. With me, you join certain tiers, I send you my new book as soon as it comes out. You get the new book. You don't pay any money for it; it just comes to you. Other things I have, like these limited edition bookmarks that I do, that are they're metal and and this is my newest one.
It's cool.
And these are signed in hand numbers. Oh, and guess what? Everybody that got the pre-order for Mage of the Hellmouth is getting one of these as well.
Yay! So that's excited.
Nice.
And those prints and the stickers that are all iridescent look very cool. So those are going to be very nice when I get the books and I can send everything out. So, it's all of that stuff. You have to figure out all of these things to utilize. To make your Patreon work, and to make your booth work at a convention, and to make your website work, and to make your podcast work. And it's just a lot of organizations of your talents, I guess.
That's really
didn't you say that
what?
Didn't you say with Mage of the Hellmouth that certain editions, I don't know if they pre-ordered the paperback or something, that it came with a set of dice or die?
Yeah. I designed a 12-sided dice 12-sided die.
Yeah, that's
It's gonna you're gonna actually get it in this little container that I have it in, but it's all 6s on every side except one side has my signature and then one side has a pentagram.
You do all those yourself, or do you have some sort of design?
I do it all. I did it. I do it
by hand.
By hand. This is my complete. I have like a weird like control issues, but all of the art design and for my whole like thing that I do. Yeah, this is me. And if actually in the middle of the 6 is a little pentagram as well.
Oh wow.
And it's blood spattered. So those are gonna come, and they're actually gonna come in a little velvet pouch, like in this thing. But this was a cool thing, and this I really like doing it. So I'm going to make playable dice. I think I talked about this on the last one. I was so fucking drunk on the last one that we did when I was in Connecticut. I remember us talking about stuff, but I was like, we were on another show that night. But I am gonna do some playable dice, like a 20-sided one and a 12-sided one.
Cool.
With that are my the way I draw the stuff. So. Yeah.
I like I said earlier, I've started Mage of the Hellmouth a little bit today. I've what happened, it's interesting because I finished Yellow by Aron and then I started Mage of the Hellmouth, and there's I find sometimes that when I read books in succession like that, there's kind of a synchronistic element between them. And in the case of these two books, there's it's Working Man by Rush is kind of a good theme song for both of them.
Yeah.
It's really interesting. It's for me, I used to work at a convenience store. That was my very first job was opening a Barnes & Noble in Polaris in Columbus, Ohio, Gregor.
Shouts out.
And then, yeah, man. And then, but after that, I worked at a convenience store, and it was actually, interestingly, it ties both books together because it was a convenience store that was also an ice cream parlor. And so,
ooh, la la.
Yeah, it was not good. It was also it was in a really low income area where people just didn't really respect the property very much. And it was just bad. It was unpleasant for many reasons, but for me, Aron's book really successfully summons up this specific feeling of helplessness of working in a convenience store where you are just living in a nightmare. And I totally felt very cathartic, kind of, just from having worked there, reading the revenge story in Yellow. And then it's interesting because in Hellmouth so far, I'm being really reminded of my time in call centers, because obviously it's a big corporate environment, and so I really get that feeling, and there's a factory feeling to call centers too. And so I think it's really interesting how you're both really tangibly calling on these really unpleasant work environments and experiences and really getting the reader to connect with them, but in a twisted way. And it's mwah, beautiful. I'm really enjoying both books. I enjoyed the one and I'm enjoying the other now. So.
Yeah, awesome. And you're absolutely right, because that was the last day job I had. I worked for a family-owned local startup type of company in production. I'm not going to say their name because I do not want to give them any type of anything at all, because they're awful. And they actually they got everything that came to them in some degree. But I worked for this kind of company, and that inspired some of how Hellmouth is, where he's in this locally owned ice cream company, gets sent to their big facility. But yeah, I also took weird shit from my work where I got high all the time. I did drink beers at lunch, all that kind of stuff is true.
I figured somehow.
But I wanted to say I had this weird, they hired this weird this guy that was I guess what would you call him? His position was he was the facility manager, I guess you could say. And he'd come from another like kind of facility, that foods kind of stuff facility in another town in Texas, and had some kind of credentials allegedly. And he but something was weird about him. Like from the beginning, as soon as I met him, I was like, dude, there's something fucking weird about this guy. Like I had like a discernment about him. I was like, this guy is like weird. I tried to tell, like I told my boss, the owner, and he was like, dude, you just don't like him because he's new and all this. And I was like, I don't give a shit that like he's new. I'm like, because like I had a whole deal worked out. I worked there from like basically when they were like very small to when they grew to this big thing, and I'd been there for a long time. So they gave me like a deal where I had like a fixed schedule and I could travel to go to conventions. But I didn't get vacation pay. I hadn't had a raise in 4 years. I didn't get anything but this schedule that was like 6 to 2. I got off at 2, and then I got to do my thing. But I worked my fair share of like 18-hour days, like 16-hour days, like in the bringing up of this company. And this guy was like so odd and weird. And he came up to me one day in production and he was like, hey, take you off your headphones. And I took them off, and he was like, so I hear you're a witch. And I was like, what? And he's like, I hear you're a witch. People around here say you're a witch. And I was like, yeah, I'm a witch. Like, because I talked to like these people and like that I worked with, and I do chaos magic. Like I'm into that. And they're all like scared of like my Ouija board and all that kind of thing. And I was like, yeah, sure, I'm a witch. And he's like, all right, cool. So like, what do you do spells or like anything like that? And I'm like, what the fuck is wrong with this guy? Jesus. So I'm like, yeah, sure. Yeah, I'll do a spell on you. And like, yeah, I'm just like, I'm not comfortable talking to you about this. And he was like, yeah, okay. All right, I just want to see, so then this guy, he starts wearing these bracelets, like where he's got like a friendship bracelets, like these red corded bracelets around, and he's got like these red yarn tied on both of the handles of his car doors, and and I'm like, what the fuck is going on with this guy, man? And somebody asked him what was up with the things on his car doors, and he's like, oh, my daughter's tied, they tied him on there, and I just left him on there. Keep that, just put a pin in that. My daughters did that. And so one of the guys that I was friends with, we talked about this. He drove one of the trucks for us, and he was like, hey man, I talked to my wife. I told her about his, these knots and these weird bracelets that he's wearing, and that Santeria, like he's doing some Santeria shit. And I was like, oh no shit. So I don't know, and I don't know a lot about Santeria, like as far as he knows. And he's like, yeah, like this, whatever he's doing is like he's got something he's done, like he's got some bad shit coming to him, and he's trying to deflect it. This is what he's doing with that. And I was like, this motherfucker. And he hated me because I was untouchable. Because I had this set schedule, and I was a witch, and he was doing his thing. This guy fucking hated me, and he got me fired. He actually like got me fired by saying by saying we can't have this guy working this part-time schedule. Like this is dragging us down and all this. And I was like, what the fuck are you talking about? Like I'm not doing, like this is like everything's fine. So I get fired, and that was great because then I was like, that was when I was like, okay, well now I have to really buckle down and do this thing. So here's the rest of the story. This guy, remember how his daughters tied those knots around his? Mm-hmm. He doesn't have any daughters or any wife or anything. His whole deal was he was coming in there, and why he hated me so much was he couldn't fire me because he was firing everybody because he was bringing it. And I live in Texas, right? So so we have like a lot of people. There's a lot of undocumented workers who who I've worked with, who work these kind of jobs, these kind of production jobs, right? And he worked in a production job in another city, and what he was doing was hiring these people that he was Hispanic, and he could he was like bringing them in, like, I'm helping you, I'll get you through, you don't have to worry about it, get you a job here. Then he was holding it over them, like if they didn't like come in like his office and suck his dick, or fucking like he fired a couple people and was like sending the messages of like, if you want your job back, come to my office. I'll take my pants down. And then they like, so he fired me. Like literally, like he was literally wanting like seriously. And they like, I was like, oh my fuck, when it all came out, like, and they took his work laptop away, and it was just all these like, it was all gay porn, hookup site, like, and all of his messages that he was sending to these, it's fucked up, dude. It's evil because these people, like a lot of them, they're like just relying on working, and if anything, comes out, like that, you get deported like a motherfucker quick here. Like you can make jokes about like ICE and stuff like that, but I'm on the fucking border, man. You're gone. Like it happens. And he was holding it over them, and just like, it was so evil, dude. And then it turned out like he didn't have a wife or daughters or anything like that at all. It was all a lie. And I was so vindicated. I felt so vindicated by this. Like, this motherfucker, I told you like twice, this guy has something wrong with him. Like something is not cool about this dude. But, whatever. And that all the red line. Anyway, back to the book, Regina. All the red lines that are in the book, like when he's you'll get to the part where he's in like the facility and all the red that's around.
Yeah, I
him.
did see that. I did get to that.
That's like based on like that kind of weird Santeria shit that guy was doing.
Interesting. Yeah.
The beginning is set in a workplace setting. Is for context for people who don't understand how this came up. The guys have to get loaded up on bud just to psych themselves up to go to work.
Loaded up on bud. Okay, friend, Grandpa.
That's going to something.
How do you kids say it these days?
It's like you're 68 years old.
I literally like it's not for everybody, but like that, those are the jobs. Like I got high every day before I went to work, and I got high at lunch. I got high all the time. We drank beers at lunch.
When I worked at the call center, I lived across the street, and I would get super high before I went to work, and then I'd walk back across the street to my apartment during lunch, and I'd get high at lunch.
If you're close to your house, especially. This is how you deal with these things, Jeremy.
Well, I kind of have my own thing. It's not the same thing.
And it's not for everybody, by the way. I want to say, like, this is not for everybody what we do.
Not advocating necessarily.
I've got my own vices that help me get through a work day, let's just say. But I've always had a problem with covering up the smell of pot.
Covering up the smell of pot.
Good to whisper on the internet there.
This is something I do. You mean like you go to work on drugs? They don't pay you enough.
That's right.
Dude. Yeah, exactly. That's true.
No testing either, so that's a beauty. So,
loaded up on the bud.
I also don't give a fuck. Also, like I worked for Starbucks for 15 years. I managed a store for 10 years. I got high every morning at like I had to be there at 4:15 to open, and I would just like get super high, take like 4 shots of espresso when I opened the bar, and I was like just listen to music like blasting in my ears and put the fucking patio out and called it a good day, dude.
Chill as fuck.
So when I said loaded for bud, did I sound like
you sounded like a narc?
Did I sound like a little bit out of Uncle Charlie?
You sounded like you were notifying the police to come to all of our residences based on the ping on this podcast.
I thought maybe it sounded more like Dad trying to relate to his
A little bit like that.
Does anyone smoke the marijuana cigarettes?
No, I live in Oregon, so it's perfectly legal.
Oh yeah, that's awesome.
Is everything legal there now, or is that an exaggeration?
It's an exaggeration. I mean, things are decriminalized, so you will be fined if you're caught with heroin, but you're not going to be like charged, and you'll have to go to like rehab or something. I think is what it is really. So you just have to, you got to try to change when you hit bottom. So that's all we're trying to teach people, I guess.
Somebody said that crack was legalized. Now, is crack decriminalized there?
I think it is. Hard drugs are decriminalized. So yes, crack is decriminalized. It's not legal. So again, you'll be fined and you have to do, I think it's 4 months of rehab. And the fines, I think, are also going straight to the rehab centers as well. So if I recall.
Well, what's funny is that the people who own these what do you call them? The dispensaries, right?
Mm-hmm. Yep, dispensaries.
They show up, and it's like they probably handle it like a legitimate business, and they can tell you all the ins and outs of all the, this is how you do this, and you run this as a franchise, and this is inventory. They probably handle it like true professionals, and they're able to, finesse because they probably smoke, regularly. But can you imagine like somebody opening up like a crack or heroin dispensary and having the same kind of panache?
No, that would never happen.
I don't think those things.
Opium dens were a thing for a while.
Those are so like you cannot. Those are running not parallel to each other.
Right.
Yeah, you couldn't run such a business. I mean, it's just
only in a Chappelle Show sketch could you have a crack
really good
dispensary
sketch.
work and be funny.
That's so true.
Yeah. That's it. Yeah.
But where I grew up, there was actually like a house on Fletcher Street that was kind of run like a business in a sense. Like you didn't have to know the people in there. You just knock on the door, and then when you open it, it's like, and they didn't just sell drugs; they sold like mixtapes and shit too. Like just like whatever you could think of. Kind of, it's like a business thing. Nah, man, this isn't Central Falls, but
everybody has a mixtape.
Yeah. But yeah, and they had like business cards too. Obviously, they were just written in pen, but that was their business card.
That's really hilarious. That's awesome. I love it.
It went on a pretty long time too. It's like it was just kind of an open secret, and then one day I was driving down and I saw the doors get kicked in.
No, that's so sad.
It's by police or by people robbing it? Do you know?
It was the cops. Yeah, it was just local cops. They just
could be the same. I mean, that's not really mutually exclusive, right?
Yeah, that's true. It was there for a while. So,
what did I miss? I had to get a beer.
I'm thinking, what if we did
not
like
a narc?
What if we had
not a narc?
What if we did some sort of like book pitch off here? Like
that you changed your name to not a narc.
What if Aaron and John Wayne had like a book pitch off here for their latest ones? Because both of you guys have got some pretty fresh releases, right? A pitch off, yes.
What does that mean?
Wait, did we lose somebody? We lost.
Yeah, Gregor just dropped out.
No, he can't leave me. Okay. Anyway, I mean, you both got fresh releases, so it's like, I don't know, sell.
Oh, he's just saying pitch it. I got you.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I could talk a little bit about Yellow. I mean, if you like any kind, if you like revenge, if you like maybe like a tinge of noir, it's not super like a pulpy detective novel. There is a very disturbing and twisted romance that's involved in it that I don't want to give away, but it's nothing like a natural romance. It is certainly not for the faint of heart. some limits.
Nor the faint of scrotum.
Yeah, that's for that actually.
Like sketch. Sorry, I go back to that all the time.
That's all right. No, but I'd just say that if you like crime mixed with horror, if you like to see a character go through an epic downfall in like a metamorphosis, and I think maybe some of this character is a little bit in all of us. And the book's called Yellow because it's obviously about a dude that doesn't really have any balls. He's been pushed around, and we all kind of have our snapping point. But I don't think you necessarily, like when you're reading the book, that you have to, like, you can relate. You might be able to relate to it in some ways, without specifically tying it to cowardice. Like everybody has their own sort of issue that you're kind of working to get through, or to make you a better person in some ways. And if nothing else, right? The year has sucked, right? 2020 has sucked. It's not getting much better. This book can show you someone who has a shittier life than you, and maybe you could take some solace in that. So buy Yellow. It's on Amazon.
Okay, and now John Wayne, you're up next.
Hold on, I'm buying Yellow on Amazon right now.
It's really good.
All right. Yeah, so my new book, this is my latest book from Grindhouse Press, Mage of the Hellmouth. This kind of spawned from, like I was talking about earlier, partially my real life based on a shitty job that I was working, and then partially based on my fantastical drug-addled brain pseudo-reality. But this guy, he works for a local company that's a family startup that's been around for a really long time. It makes ice cream. It gets transferred to their original huge facility on the other side of the river. He goes over there to work, and it's just off. Everything is weird. His best friend that he works with can't be reached. He's sick, and he's not returning his calls. His new bosses are showing up at these weird parties. And something sparks a memory in his brain, and he realizes that everything that's happening to him is based on this role-playing game that he and his friends played when he was 12 years old. So he's trying to find get back to this game and figure out how he can work his way out of this current reality he is in based on this game that he's kind of stuck in. That's it. Thank you.
Buying Mage of Hellmouth on Amazon.
Alexa, buy Mage of Hellmouth.
Opening Hellmouth now.
Yeah. Also, like this place that I worked at, what we made had to be it was temperature like sensitive, so I worked in like a 41-degree room every day. And then like we had to move the product to like a 32-degree room from there. So it was like working in like freezing conditions all day. So the Hellmouth is frozen, which I like to think hell is cold and not hot anyway.
Yeah.
Next time you have to do that, invest in these, my friend.
What is that?
He throws these out every time.
Is that for your hands, the hot hands?
Well, you can put them in your pocket.
Pockets? Yeah. When I played outdoor gigs, I've had those in my pocket. Because your hands get so fucking cold with your fingers. You have to play guitar. Yeah.
They work like a charm. Yeah.
They do.
I stuff a bunch in every pocket when I have to work the drive-through window in the winter in 10-degree weather.
Yeah.
I like put one of these in every pocket, and it's like what cold? I don't even feel
It's like heaven. Yeah, those things are great. Absolutely.
I know this isn't like, I know we're a very book heavy, group, but how many people here watch Cobra Kai besides Frank?
Oh, what I got?
I loved it.
R.I.P.
I know. I haven't watched it.
No, I haven't watched it.
So just Frank?
I guess so.
No, I watched it too, Jeremy. It was awesome.
Okay.
I loved it.
Okay, so I'm distressed by something I'm hearing. Okay, I don't know how. I'm hearing word that from a coworker that Daniel LaRusso got the honk. You know the
What?
Yeah.
Daniel LaRusso showed his hog. Is that what you said?
No. In the
Oh.
2 movies, they make usually Mr. Miyagi, but in the second one, Daniel, they do this thing where they're like going to do this, and they're going to like absolutely cave their face in with the palm or ridge of their hand or their and then they just go honk and honk their.
Yeah.
I heard that Daniel gets that in season 3 of Cobra Kai, and I'm not sure how to feel about this.
It's awesome. You'll like it. It's not done in a stupid way. I think you'll like it.
Only bad guys get the honk, though. That's the thing.
Sounds like a cop out.
Yeah, but Jeremy, like having watched what you watched of Cobra Kai, that the lines of good and bad are sort of blurred anymore. It's not.
Daniel LaRusso is not honk worthy, though.
Oh, you got to see the moment, though. I think you might change your mind when you get to the moment.
It's not.
I agree.
It's not done by Johnny Lawrence, is it?
No.
Okay. Thank you. All right, I can rest easy then.
I was just saying, now that we can all back away from that time bomb.
Not the honk.
Okay. All right, let's let me ask you something else. How many people here are like Marvel Comics fans? Even if you don't read them anymore, anybody?
Somewhat. I'm a DC person. I'm sorry.
You're what?
I'm a DC person. Sorry.
That's cool. I don't hear that from women often. Women are Marvel. I don't know.
I really like Batman and Catwoman and Wonder Woman is pretty cool too. And
yeah.
I'll even admit that I like Superman sometimes, but he is a little too. I much prefer Batman, and I like Batman's decision to always carry kryptonite with him in case Superman gets out of control.
To me, Superman's only entertaining when he's teaming up with Batman or he's dead.
Yeah, he needs a foil. You can't just have pure Superman. It has to be like Superman plus someone. And preferably someone like Batman. I feel like Batman improves most comics he's in.
The reason I ask is because that there was just confirmation of a new character that's going to debut in the Marvel Cinematic Universe soon, who is really, really fucking badass. And I don't know how many people here have heard of him, but hang on and I'll pull it up here.
That's what she said. You can't throw me softballs and expect me not to swing for the fences. I'm sorry.
All right, who here has heard of Gore the God Butcher? That's not
looks like Conan, but cooler.
Oh, that's cool.
Looks like what?
Looks like Conan, but almost cooler.
Here, I got to get a better picture. Okay, Christian Bale is going to be there. There's a good picture of him, right there on the right. Okay, his whole backstory. And I'm just going to give an overall generalization. I'm not going to spoil anything. His whole deal is that he despises gods because they did not answer his prayer. His god on some faraway planet, did not answer his prayers. In the Marvel universe, there are all kinds of different pantheons of gods. You got Odin and Zeus, and over here you got Osiris from the Egyptian. All that, and they all exist in the Marvel universe. They all kind of coexist in the Marvel universe.
They get me angry and so much.
Well, see, Gore the God Butcher, he goes around literally killing gods with all black the Necro Sword, which is made of like that Venom symbiote stuff.
He looks fucking badass, dude. I've never heard of him, but I just like I dig the teeth and the eyes. And almost alien look. It's very, very cool.
He almost looks like
Voldemort.
Should not be named. Yeah, Voldemort.
He does.
To my goddamn joke.
He does look like Voldemort mixed with a Mako shark, maybe. Yeah. But Christian Bale is going to portray him. I'm guessing he's just going to the voice, and it's going to be CGI like Thanos. With
Jeremy, do you know how much weight Christian Bale is going to lose or gain for this role? By any chance?
Boy, he is method, isn't he? It's crazy.
He is. He really is.
The Machinist. Oh my God, he was. It's like his skin was
Rail thin. You're getting the joke I was making. Thank you. But
what did he?
But
He
this,
ate a,
but,
he
but
ate a
this is
can of
not
tuna,
even.
right?
This is not even real. Like he's going to be like a CGI'd character.
like Josh Brolin was the voice of Thanos, but
like Jabba the Hutt, was like, "Oh, I do declare," when he was like,
yeah,
like that.
That's right. But
you're losing me now, dude. I'm on the end. Once I finish this beer, I'm signing off.
You're too cool for comics anyway.
Just detracting from everything.
You're too cool for comics, right?
No, I love comics.
Oh, okay.
I actually wanted to ask you if you had been watching The Boys, because
yes!
I read all of The Boys, and The Boys is the only show that I actually have liked watching aside from What We Do in the Shadows.
I love that show. For me, it's The Boys and Castlevania, but The Boys is how it's even closer to how superheroes would really be than Watchmen, and that's a hard act to follow, you know.
Yeah, it's so good. I really like that show. And I really liked that series. I collected comics. I collected Thor when I was a kid forever. Daredevil I collected, you know.
Gore the God Butcher is going to be in the new Thor movie called Love and Thunder. And
is that where what's her name is going to play Thor, or Nick what's her name? Natalie Portman, isn't she Thor now?
Jane Foster. But
Foster?
Isn't that the character's name?
I don't know.
Well, I think that the Chris Carter Thor or whatever is going to be in it too, though.
Oh, cool.
Well, is that his name, Chris Carter? I don't
Chris Cathy. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Something like that. I can't keep all these names. God, I can't keep up with all these. Why does everybody have to have a name?
Look, as somebody who has clearly labeled themselves as not a narc, you definitely have a list of names that you're holding in front of you. I've got a list of names here. You're like the Tonight Show. You're just gonna like rattle them off, you know. Like,
I mean, I've got a list. I've got a big list of names here too. It's called my shit list.
Nice.
Who's on that?
You want to shit it out for us?
Yeah, who's on that list?
Lots of people.
Too many to name, even.
Yes. I don't want them to know because I don't want them to see it coming.
Is Zach?
She said.
Shush.
I hope Zach's.
We lost Gregor at some point.
We did lose Gregor, and no text message. He didn't even text me. I'll live somehow. I'll go on
somehow.
Yeah, play the Simple Plan song, whatever it's called, Untitled, I think it's called.
By the way, if anybody's interested, I also had a 10 worst of list of books that I read last year. I'm not going to detail on them. I'm just gonna name them all. Okay, because, and you know, if you want to know why, just go read the reviews, because I want to get this out while I'm still thinking of it, if I can find it.
Oh, while we're talking about books that Jeremy didn't like, I just wanted to, I don't know if anybody mentioned this earlier, but Simon McCarty's book, Mother Maggot, the infamous, horrible novel, is finally back in print. Actually, it's in paperback for the first time ever, so you can get a paperback copy if you really want to, you know, just be reminded of what a horrible, vile experience it is that you read that book every time you look at your shelf.
Really disgusting. Yeah.
But aside from that,
I bought the ebook off of Smashwords, but I didn't know it was coming out in paperback.
Yeah, there's also an ebook of Smashwords, which was the next thing I was going to say. So definitely check him out. He's a great author, and I think he is. I was really happy for him to see how well the book already is doing. I think it like got a lot of attention right out of the gate. It seemed like people were really clamoring for copies, which was really nice to see. So they really hopped on it, and hopefully it will continue to just get better and better for him. He deserves it.
Thing on Smashwords.
Mm-hmm, it's on Smashwords.
The ebooks on Smashwords, yeah.
The paperback is on Amazon, so you can get it.
You had something to say about Smashwords as well, if you want to talk.
Oh.
I was wondering. I saw a lot of people on Goodreads reading Mother Maggot recently, and I was like, where the fuck are these people getting copies? And it came out on Smashwords, and I'm so hesitant to buy anything off of. I mean, Smashwords was like, it's like the worst formatting possible.
The worst.
It's very bad. It's bad formatting. It's cheap covers. It's just bad.
Yeah, when I first got into ebooks, I grabbed shit off of there, but a lot of ebooks looked like shit 8 years ago. So I've moved away from it because when I started self-publishing stuff, and I saw what like it was like I have to reverse engineer a book to get it on Smashwords because it's such a really a terrible fucking way to publish a book. So I'm so hesitant to get that ebook that way.
Yeah,
I haven't had any problems when I published on Smashwords.
Yeah, I've published now 3 books under a new pen name on Smashwords just to because I want to write. Sometimes you just want to write something that's like really horrible, non-consensual, no excuses, but also eroticized. At least I do. So I'm like, okay, where can I put this horrible shit in my brain? Smashwords, someone I know. Who may or may not be Simon McCarty, kind of convinced me to start trying Smashwords. And I have to say I'm pretty pleased with the results so far already. I feel like the effort to return ratio for anybody who's willing to write something that's, slightly erotic but like really fucked up is really high on that website. But at the same time, I got really fucking mad because it was like a horrible story I was writing. It was like a terrible torture, rape, by a fascist against a young lady who gets killed in the end. And Smashwords turned around and was like, unpublish this book, it crosses the line. And so I sent them an email so can you explain, because this website, I don't know if you guys have ever looked at the erotica section specifically, but they publish stories with bestiality. They publish stories with like I said, hardcore rape, and it's like fine. But this one I was like, so what's the problem? And they were like, well, because we have a no snuff stories policy. And I'm like, well, but okay, so basically you want her to live at the end is what you're saying. So I went back and I wrote an ending. I extended the ending a little bit, so after she's shot in the head, she miraculously survives and then ends up becoming a horribly disfigured sex slave basically for the rest of her life as the credits roll. So it's like, that's what you wanted, Smashwords, and they accepted it. And I haven't heard anything about it yet so far, and it's like somehow that was better for them.
It reminds me of that story about Fight Club where the scene where
don't talk about Fight Club.
Yeah, that's true.
I'm going to talk about it. Don't talk that you're not the boss of me. But it reminds me of that story behind it where what's the name of the girl in there? I can't remember.
Marla Singer.
Yeah.
Yeah, where where the I forgot the name of the guy too. Tyler Durden. Where Tyler Durden has sex with Marla, and afterwards she says, "I want to have your abortion in the book." They made her change that in the movie, so they changed it to "I haven't been fucked like that since grade school," and then refused to change it back.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, can I ask a question, Regina, real quick?
Yeah.
And shout out to Simon too. He's a really nice guy, and I picked up my copy of the paperback, so I'm looking forward to checking that out.
Yeah.
But as far as censorship with Amazon, is that kind of I was just wondering if you guys encountered any situations with that. I'm just a little leery of certain things I've written, and I don't know if you've heard any stories or if you've had any experiences with that.
Well, I'm really close with Elizabeth Bedlam and Simon McCarty both. I talk to them both pretty frequently. And they've both had multiple instances of Amazon blocking books. Elizabeth Bedlam writes, kind of just for context, she writes some kind of like kitschy, fun, Ed Wood influenced erotica stories that are like really funky and fun and campy and cool and so creative. I fucking love her. She's amazing. And so basically, she released one story that was about a nun that at one point was in the story was supposed to be raped by a priest. And Amazon blocked the book and said, you can't publish this because of the rape scene. So she had to go in and edit it so that the nun like enjoyed it, but she did it in this hilariously passive aggressive lame way where she left it all. Yeah, she I know, right? So she left it all in one piece, and then at the end it was like this really harrowing, horrible scene where he's like, you know, doing all these horrible things to her, and then at the end of the paragraph Bedlam just added, but she was enjoying it.
That's pretty awesome.
It was beautiful. So I read that. I didn't even know. She hadn't told me the story about how it was blocked yet. I read it and I was like, this was a rape scene in the first draft. I'm 100% sure of it.
Should have just, I don't know how easy it is to do footnotes in like a Kindle formatting, but she should have just put like a footnote next to the whole thing and just under it in tiny font it says, P.S. She enjoyed this.
Yeah, exactly. And then both Simon McCarty and Bedlam have had blocks placed on books because of covers. And Simon specifically recently had Amazon just like block a book when he was updating a cover. So I think they just took a second look at the content and they were like, hey, wait a minute, how did this get through in the first place? And they blocked it because he has an erotica pen name as well on Amazon, and he writes in a very controversial niche, which like is really, it's mostly controversial among Amazon erotica authors because it pisses them off that people are able to write this and make money with it on Amazon when it's like, you know, it's technically something that's not supposed to be on Amazon, but it's like if you just look at all of these titles, like half of them, especially in the horror erotica section, are like daddy something, and it's always the quote unquote step daddy wink, and it's it's called pseudo incest is the genre.
And I think
go on.
Oh, sorry, not to cut in, but I think what my question too is kind of like, so it sounds like it's all upon upload of content, though. This is not like audience outrage. This is like...
Well, sometimes it is, because Simon also got, with Mother Maggot, the reason why it was off Amazon so long is because he got a couple of people reach out to him personally and say, you know, I guess we're going to tell Amazon on you. It was really the long and short of it. And
I'm telling the teacher.
Yeah, exactly.
People fucking suck, man.
Yeah, it's bullshit. So he just kind of took the book down because he didn't want to, you know, deal with all that shit. And I, you know, at the one hand, I understand, but I'm glad River Dixon, who runs, is it Potter's Head Press? I can't remember.
Potter's Press, yeah. He's
Potter's
really
Press,
cool,
yeah.
too. He's nice
really chill. I love River. He's a really nice guy, really reserved and great. And I think, you know, the book is in good hands getting published through his company. I think I'm really excited to get a copy. It's going to be great.
So, I know that Jarod at Death's Head Press, they had like an erotic horror anthology that ended up being taken off of Amazon, even after they changed like the title and the cover.
Yeah.
I was gonna say I can tell a story about this, and then I'm gonna sign off. The first book I had published was through Rooster Republic's like imprint called New Kink that they were doing. That was like horror erotica, right? And it was called the Porn Star Retirement Plan. And what the Porn Star Retirement Plan is about is like what I think, like in a very odd, twisted way, happens to my favorite porn stars when they kind of like ushered off into that good night, right? Like they don't come up in the searches anymore. They're just kind of gone, right? Well, it involves a bukkake. And the cover, which was designed by Jim Magpalza, shouts out Jim, and it has like all these like just bizarre looking guys that are clearly like jerking their dicks, and a woman's head, like the back of her head, and inside the cover was like the woman after they've like cummed all over her, and she's melting, right? So like she's just melting apart this naked woman. Jim did this painting of that, and they published it, and I ordered 50 copies for my like release party that I was having, right? And immediately Amazon took it down after but I got those 50 copies, and they were like, Don and Nick, like they got with me, like, hey, we have to like change this. So they had to crop the cover to where the woman's head was out of it, so it didn't look like that was happening. And inside, it was the same painting of the woman melting with all the cum on her, but the nipple that was showing was just had a black bar over it.
Oh Jesus!
So that was like but there's like 50 copies that are unedited that I sold all of them at the release party that are like out there. But yeah, we had to change all of that through Amazon, which I thought was weird because I think they let a lot of other things through that. What are you gonna do?
That's very interesting.
We're at the mercy of them sometimes. It sucks.
Yeah.
Unless you're gonna print it yourself, but
yeah.
Sorry, go ahead, Jimmy.
John Wayne, did you say you were wrapping out, or?
I am gonna have to wrap out.
Okay.
Did you want to?
Well, thanks for coming by, and if you want to become, a regular or a semi-regular, it's totally cool with me. I think you bring a lot to the show, like Regina and Gregor, and I get Ben. I guess I'm just
Mr. Frank.
Ben.
And anytime I can log on and chat with you, man, I'm happy to do so. So, it's always good to talk to you, man. I appreciate you reaching out, and I'll talk to you soon. Thanks for having me on.
Thanks for coming, John.
Have a good night, John Wayne. Thanks for coming in.
Good night, everybody.
Good job this year, man, and last year.
Thank you, dude. I appreciate it.
Nice meeting you, dude. Take care.
Bye.
So, Phoenix is back. Hey, buddy.
Hey, what's up?
Frank, I didn't even know you had left. Frank?
Yo.
Yeah. So what's going on with the song?
Oh, we're just plowing forward, doing what we do.
Like, do you want to give a preview of what's coming up on the one you just edited?
Lucas Mangum and Ryan Harding, Pandemonium. I guess it came out last month, maybe November. Death's Head Press. So I definitely wanted. I've been really kind of hoping to find a reason to have Ryan Harding on. I was a big fan back in the day. Now I guess you could say of Genital Grinder when that came out. God, it's maybe
that's the one where the guy is screwing the really obese, morbidly obese woman, and she dies on top of him.
Yeah, bottom feeders. Yeah.
There's several stories in that, and that was one of them. Yeah, I mean, as far as extreme horror goes, that's sort of me. I think it's like a classic now. I mentioned that in the interview to Ryan. So when he came out with that book with Lucas, I saw that as my opportunity to grab him and get him on the show too. But as Jarod mentioned, and it'll come up in the interview tomorrow on Bazong, Ryan Harding's got a bunch of stuff, expected to come out this year, which is pretty encouraging because he hasn't put out tons and tons of stuff. It sort of trickles out from him. So it's nice to see there's going to be a big output from him coming up.
Worst of 2020, real fast. I'll just plow through it. 10, The Wolves That Live in Skin and Space by Danny Wilde and Christopher Zeischeg. Number 9, The Blue Rat by Michael Hartnett. 8, Ration by Cody Luff. 7, Lovelorn by John Athan. 6, The Last Word by Timothy Moonlight. 5, Clouders by Vanessa Morgan. Actually, really good story, but she gets her mythology like so wrong that it could only be misinformation. There's no way she could have done it intentionally. What she messed up on mythology-wise in this Clouders by Vanessa Morgan. Luciferin by J. Peter W., but he redeemed himself at the end with In the Woods Monsters Happen. 3, The Imagined Homecoming of Icarus Isakov by Steve Wiley, which I was digging at first but hated by the end. 2, Leonard and Hungry Paul by Ronan Hessian. The synopsis got me all hyped up about this one, but by the time I got my hands on it, I'm like, that was it. That nothing in the synopsis, came across in the actual book. And number 1, it's with some regret that I have to say it, but Into Darkness by Terry Goodkind. Because I read a lot of Terry Goodkind in high school. The sword and sorcery, somewhat like less educated version of Game of Thrones type fantasy series. And I did not know that Terry Goodkind had died, in August of last year. But Into Darkness is his worst one. If that's what he was going to close out his career on, that's a real shame. It's basically Lord Rawl goes to Mars, and it's medieval times. It's totally beneath even Goodkind's style of writing that his main character in medieval times went to a Mars-like setting through a portal. Oh God. Oh God. What a horrible way to exit this world. I'm sorry, Terry, but that's got to be number 1. Yeah. Whatever. It's the worst of 2020.
Hey, can I ask you, Jeremy, with John's book, Lovelorn? I haven't read that one yet, but I read Lovesick, and I really enjoyed Lovesick a lot. I don't know if you. What didn't you like about Lovelorn? Just out of curiosity.
Okay, it's about this incel, basically, right? Who's always picked on and doesn't have any, gets made fun of by both women and big dumb jocks, and it's so like by the numbers, like a boilerplate, obvious. There's nothing new about it. But also, I think that in the second half, when it tries to tap into a sort of semi-conservative, rage, he gets all of that conservative rage wrong. What young angry conservatives are actually angry about, he gets it wrong and makes them look. He misrepresents them, and it's all very stereotypical instead of archetypal. Does that make sense?
I gotcha. Yeah.
It's like if someone from the left wrote a book trying to understand, an edgelord on the internet, and totally, getting it totally wrong. That was my problem with it. I don't know what John Athan's, views are. I usually like some of his stuff, even though he can be really brutal, with his violence. But Lovelorn in particular, I felt like it was tone deaf, for what he was going for.
Gotcha.
That's what I thought. Do you know John personally? Or?
Yeah. John's. I don't know him like super well, but he's an awesome dude. I've only read his one book so far, though. But we may actually be working on something, like a little bit of a project. So I think that's going to be cool.
Oh, that's really cool.
Yeah. We've been in talks about doing something. Actually, I probably should have brought it up on the short story part, but I've been wanting. One of my goals was to collaborate this year, and so I pitched a project to Jasper Bark and to John, and to see if they would be interested in doing this collection called Beyond Reform, where it's kind of just centered around it's a very loose concept because I wanted to make sure that you'd be able to be very creative in it. But the concept is like we want to have like one character in the short stories that is beyond reform, and that's pretty much it. Like the story can kind of go anywhere from there. So we're kind of doing it in the works of an extreme collection, and it's I think it's going to be pretty fun. It's my first collab, so it's a new experience for me, but I'm looking forward to it.
Jasper Bark of Crystal Lake Publishing, we had him on recently too. Cool guy, like what he's doing, and apparently he's doing it. He's doing the publishing thing, if I remember correctly, he said he was doing it. He was paying authors. They were paying authors by the correct scale of how authors are supposed to be paid. Do you remember that bit? Is that right?
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah. So I don't see Brian Keene ever calling Crystal Lake out if they keep up with that business model.
Yeah, he's just a nice dude too, and that was one thing I wanted to do was like just find a couple people that I enjoyed their work. I at least read something by each of them that I liked. And with John, it was Lovesick, and with Jasper, I read Stuck on You and Other Prime Cuts, and I really liked that. And then he kind of showed his penchant for short storytelling in it. But yeah, they're just like really humble and I'm just honored that they'd kind of accept the proposal. But
yeah, I think the best thing I've read from John Nathan so far would be either Dr. Sadist or Cannibal Jungle, something like that.
Yeah, I've got a copy of Cannibal Jungle I've got to get to soon. I'm really excited to read it finally.
I think it's slightly better than Dr. Sadist. Dr. Sadist is another one that's like unnecessarily mean, I think. But I liked it anyway. I don't care. So.
Yeah, I have a copy of Do Not Disturb. I just haven't had a chance to read it yet, but I heard good things. That's like a pretty fun slasher, and I saw he was also promoting upcoming. It looks like the Legend of the Slit Face Woman that kind of has the slit all the way across her face. And the premise sounded really cool for that. And I always thought that legend, was pretty dope anyway. And but he kind of has his own twist on it. And that I'll probably read that one, I think.
Let's see. Do Not Disturb is the one with the clowns, right?
Yes.
Okay. I read that one too, and he didn't. I was expecting him to bring something newer to the table with that concept too, and I felt like he didn't. But that one was, I forgave him for that one because it was, it kept me reading. It was readable. It was really readable. So you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time, but don't get bogged down in making the exact same story choices that everyone else ever has with that topic.
Yeah, what was that? That one was like about the killer clowns, right? Like, it was based off sort of those prank videos, kind of, right? Did you guys ever see those? Where
it went viral, a few years ago.
Yeah, those were funny. I like those. But yeah, you're saying it was decent, but not your favorite. It sounds like.
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't a bad reading experience. It just didn't show me anything new. So I mean, I don't think I gave it a bad review. Just a kind of lukewarm review. But I mean, I like a certain. I like stories that flow a certain very specific way, where it's very dynamic. Where the choices characters make are constantly ricocheting back and forth off of each other, and I only see it done with really experienced authors. For some reason, a lot of newer authors aren't able to do it with the same finesse. Does anybody know what I'm talking about?
like a lot of characters overlapping and sort of like Tarantinoing.
Yeah, and one person will know more than like 2 or 3 other characters do, and they won't even have to. How do I put this? Okay, that's pretty loud, Phoenix. So basically, you don't.
That's not coming from me.
Okay, I'm sorry. Well, Ben, then. Did I get it wrong again?
What?
I don't know anymore. Okay. Anyway.
I'm just hanging out.
So, basically, the fact that characters can do one thing, just by sheer willpower, it can make something happen, and it impacts all these other people in subtle ways. And then they go and they do something, equally, as dramatic.
Kind of like Magnolia.
Huh?
Have you seen the movie Magnolia by P.T. Anderson?
Yeah. That's close to it. Yeah. But God, I'm still not getting the essence of it though. Basically, I think you need to have written a lot of books to be able to master, how to pull it off. But basically, I like to feel like I'm, reading a giant chess game being played with more than 2 people, basically.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
That makes sense too. Yeah.
That's what I'm trying to say. And, I got that same feeling out of some movies, like Avengers Infinity War. I got that same feeling out of that. I got it out of Game of Thrones. The books, before there even was a TV series. Just everything should kind of bounce off everything else.
I know what you're saying. There needs to be more of a dynamic energy and a plasticity that both characters, like, you can't just develop your hero. I think sometimes people get really obsessed with the idea of like getting to know their protagonist, and like we have to know all their flaws and all these details that like make them seem overdeveloped, but in a really shallow way that's kind of paradoxical. And then all these other side characters are just kind of like there, and they don't necessarily even seem to serve a plot purpose in certain stories or certain genres. And I just I kind of understand what you mean, where these characters fall flat. And it's like, just because a character is a side character or foil doesn't mean that the character has to fall flat. I think like one example, and this is a very mainstream example, and one of my unpopular book opinions is I really don't like the way Silence of the Lambs is written. I don't think, I respect Thomas Harris's ability to create characters, but I'm not wild about the way that book is written specifically. But the side characters all have like zazz and personality and just things, but they don't distract from the plot. They kind of just add to the richness of the environment and to how much we believe the story. And so it I understand. I think, it's important to, as a writer, find a connection with all of your characters, I think, not just the protagonist. And that's how readers find connections with all of your characters.
Yeah. So
I kind of see what you're talking about, and I think that's why I really like Jim Thompson's work. He's very like almost all of his work is written from a first-person perspective, so you're in the head of one protagonist, but the way like the actions of other characters eventually come back to hit them is really well done.
Yeah, Ben, I gotta agree with you. It's funny you mentioned Jim Thompson because when I read the book After Dark, My Sweet, I had like one of the old copies of it, and I read it a couple years ago, and I was like, that was partial of an inspiration too for like my book Yellow. just sort of the kind of vibe that he puts off in his books with his characters. That was the only one I've read by him, but I've heard I know The Killer Inside, I think, is his other.
That's
book.
an amazing book. I highly recommend that, and Savage Knight as well.
Yeah, I have one of the copies of Savage Knight too, and it's cool. They're like the older ones that I kind of just picked up in a thrift store. But
what the fuck are you doing, Jeremy?
Those are terrifying.
Amazing.
Imagine figuring a girl with those.
Oh no! It's fisting practice.
Hey guys, so I think I got a real job, unfortunately, tomorrow, very early. But I really am humbled to get the invite. Thank you, Regina, and thanks, Jeremy and Ben and Phoenix. You guys are awesome.
Yeah, thanks for coming down with the day job, and have a good night.
Have a good night.
Yeah, you too, guys. I'm sure we'll talk down the road. Thank you so much.
Good night.
Anyway, so Phoenix, you kind of dipped in and out there a few times. I'm sorry, man. I hope you didn't feel excluded or anything.
No. I was actually very interested in the conversation. I think some of it was I just wasn't sure if I was interrupting at all, because I know that you were trying to work out that specific thing. So
yeah. Cool, and but no, I'm glad that everybody is able to make it on. That does make it on.
Yeah, it's been an interesting night. You had a lot of interesting discussions.
Well, we always end up talking about horror, and you're not a big horror guy, and so I wish I knew how to get around that. So
well, did I tell you one of the reasons why? Did I mention that? I feel like I mentioned it, but it might not have had the full context.
Let me guess. You're scared of clowns.
No, it wasn't clowns. So it was. I used to write horror when I was a teenager, and then I got some feedback from a novel I was writing. Which, granted, I don't think the writing was good, but at least from a certain perspective, it had a lot of the horror elements. And I got roasted by some feedback where they were just like, "I can't read this." Which I think many people that like transgressive fiction would have probably liked that. But I was just like, I'm too young to be doing this, and I don't want people to think I'm disturbed. It seems kind of idyllic, oh, well, it's because you just had the wrong kind of mentor. And I'm not saying that I would have been writing super transgressive or horror, extreme horror stuff. But there was a point where I had more of that, and then it just kind of got squashed out.
Sorry.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how I feel about that, because I like what I write now. With just a variety of things, but I just wonder what would have happened if I'd taken the horror direction.
Well, and you might.
I did read a couple of your works over the past week. I read Pocket Words, the poetry book, and 2 of your short stories, Fatal Thoughts and The Calculator.
Oh, you read those? Yeah. I didn't know I'm glad. Yeah, I didn't know if anybody had known that those the short stories existed. I had redone the cover for those, but I wasn't sure how effective singles would be. So I'm glad that you saw those.
Yeah. I think maybe I would have I don't know. I found them a little more engaging if I had read The Street Kid first, because it does seem like they're tied into the whole mythology that you're creating there. But I did enjoy them for what they were.
No, I'm glad. Yeah, and the thing with that is it is connected, but those stories happen after The Street Kid. So there is the mythology that I'm building, but it's not that's the main thing. So you would get to know the Snake Angel better in the Fatal Thoughts. You would get, because that's from his perspective, and you would get to know Phoenix more. So you said you read the Phoenix. Was that the one?
Well, I read Fatal Thoughts and The Calculator.
Oh yeah, The Calculator. So The Calculator wasn't even introduced in The Street Kid. That character, that was the first time I introduced that character, and that came way after.
He seems to exist in I don't know, a completely different world from the one Phoenix is. From what I understand, the world that Phoenix, the Street Kid, is in is mostly realistic, but does have some magic realist elements. Whereas The Calculator is straight up science fiction.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that. Yeah, no, I try to have the variety. So yeah, I didn't know that you had read those. So I appreciate that.
Yeah, and I do enjoy the heavy philosophical aspects that are in all of them. And I like Pocket Words. I like the wordplay in it and some of the puns that you came up with. That was pretty fun.
Yeah, Pocket Words was kind of brutal because at the time I developed my concept of Midnight Mania, which was like when like my mental illness was kind of making things like super visceral for me at night. And that's why Midnight Mania, because I would be up from like, well, it would start around 5 or 6 o'clock and I would just start feeling really amped and edgy or on edge. And then it wouldn't end until like 1 or 2 o'clock at night or even later sometimes if I didn't fall asleep. So like those poems, when I was dealing with that, like I would often write them like in the city, just like on as I said on the back of the book, a text message. I would just write them, and it like really helped a lot because it like helped me capture the mood. So I don't know if you felt any of that when you read it, but knowing the backstory, it might give some more context.
I have to wonder if they were cathartic because to me they didn't seem like I don't know, angry or edgy or anything like that. They seemed like quite joyful to me.
That's interesting. Yeah, I wouldn't say that they'd have to be edgy, but I just find it ironic that I'm channeling like intense emotion, but you saw them as more. What was the word you used? Joyous?
Joyful, playful.
Joyful? That's so interesting.
Especially with a lot of the wordplay.
Yeah, that makes sense. So that was the weird dynamic with thinking about the intense emotion versus what you can do with language. And I think I'm glad that you pointed out that contrast because I literally had the opposite reaction from someone who went through the book. They chose all these words that I'd used in the book and they were like euthanize and like talking about all these words. And like they were like, I can't let my son read this. And I'm like, well, then I guess you missed the spirit of this book.
Yeah, I recall like the title poem. It's like a pun on jeans or something like that.
Yeah.
And I'd have to like look at to remember it exactly, but yeah, I remember that.
It was just part of it. It was just genealogy.
Oh yeah, put this in your gene, and then in parentheses eology and something like that.
Yeah,
and I thought that made me smile when I read it.
No, I'm glad. Yeah, and like and obviously I didn't write all of those poems in a more somber mood. So because I'm glad that you picked up on the spirit of the book because the idea behind Pocket Words was that it was supposed to be fun. Like it's supposed to be like something that kind of gives you a boost. So I'm glad that you picked up on that. Because you never know how it's going to be interpreted.
Yeah, I definitely had a lot of fun with that. We got a bunch of your other books, so I'm going to try to, read a few more of the longer ones. I want to tackle the Street Kid at some point, but that's a pretty thick one. So,
well, do it. When you have the time. I found that I can tackle big books, but you really have to be at a space where you can do that. So I get it.
Yeah, I generally pace myself. The next longer book that I plan to tackle is Irvine Welsh's Skag Boys.
Okay.
Because I got that from the library.
Was that one super long?
It's pretty long. I think it's like 400 or 500 pages.
Okay.
It's definitely a lot longer than Train Spotting and a Porno.
Yeah.
I think it's the third book in like the series of that. It's a prequel.
Yeah, that sounds really interesting.
Yeah, I guess he's let's see. So I guess he's written another sequel to Train Spotting called Dead Men's Trousers, which I guess is like the characters in their middle age. And he also wrote one called The Blade Artist, which is about what was the name of the really scary guy who was like always beating the shit out of everyone and scared everyone?
This was a character?
Yeah, in Train Spotting. I don't know.
Oh, I haven't seen or read that book.
Is this the one with the mustache who's like yelling at people in the pub and shit?
Yeah, that guy. The psycho.
Damn it. Oh. No, I can't remember right now. I've got to Google it.
Yeah. But apparently like that revolves around him moving to the States and settling down.
Interesting.
So
Begbie?
Begbie, yeah, that's his name. I guess at some point he decided to. You can kind of see like how Irvine Welsh's work is like changed with him. Like obviously his early works were about very down and out Scottish people, and now he's writing books that take place in the United States, and all the characters are middle class and all of that.
That's so interesting. That's very interesting. Have you read Filth? I've only started it and then I got to.
Yeah, Filth is probably my favorite that I've read of his so far.
Is Irving? Oh, I was just going to say, is Irving Welsh considered transgressive?
Oh yeah, definitely.
Okay, because Train Spotting is like about drugs and stuff, right?
Yeah, and it's about but more importantly, what I love about Train Spotting, and I haven't actually gotten a chance to read Train Spotting the book yet. I really want to. It's been on my shelf for years. I just haven't been in the mood, I guess. It's like something that you really do have to be in a vibe for, and I haven't.
But yeah,
maybe I should read it soon.
He writes in Scottish dialect, so it can take some getting used to.
Yeah,
Train Spotting, I think. Yeah, Train Spotting is famous for that. The most famous part is the choose life speech. It's like choose life, choose a job, choose a career, choose a big refrigerator and electric tin openers. It kind of goes on like that.
Was it at all inspired by Joyce? Because wasn't the language also pretty specific?
It could have been. I don't really know. That's an interesting question. Joyce definitely.
He does use the same format as Joyce, where instead of using quotation marks for people talking, he uses a dash at the beginning of dialogue.
Oh, okay. I meant specifically with it. Also, I was thinking of what was the other book? So Joyce, as well as Clockwork Orange. Was it that kind of writing? I wouldn't necessarily say. I wouldn't necessarily say polyglot, but maybe like as an example, the Scottish dialect was a huge, because like of what you can do with that linguistically.
Yeah, sort of. Clockwork Orange, the dialect is made up, but yeah, it's kind of like that.
Okay, and this is actually like using Scottish, the language.
Yeah, you almost have to like read it out loud in some parts in a Scottish dialect to see what they're getting, or what they're saying.
Yeah, no, that sounds fascinating.
But yeah, I really like what I've read of Irvine Welsh so far. Train Spotting, Filth is probably my favorite so far. A Decent Ride is pretty funny. Porno is pretty fun, which is a sequel to Train Spotting. Crime is all right. That's a sequel to Filth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No,
have you? Maybe this is a minor spoiler, but have you gotten to the tapeworm in Filth yet, Regina?
Yes, I think we have talked about the tapeworm a bit, and I did see the film, so I don't know. Have you seen the movie?
Yeah, I've seen the movie.
How close of an adaptation would you say it is?
It gets the spirit of it. I'd say, like the Bruce in the movie is a bit more sympathetic, but you know, and it kind of emphasizes the fact that Bruce is probably has like profound mental problems than the book. But like the fact that instead of the tapeworm in the movie, they have like a hallucinogenic cutaways with his psychiatrist.
Right. But there's like a photograph of a tapeworm on the wall, so it's kind of more of an abstract tapeworm.
Yeah, sort of a shout out to the book, kind of.
Well, interesting. I will definitely have to revisit it because it's definitely caught my eye. What I find interesting about the movie Train Spotting is that it ends happily, which you don't get with a lot of transgressive fiction stories. At least it ends happily for our protagonist, who is theoretically start again.
Yeah, major spoiler for Train Spotting, but I mean the dude just steals a shit ton of money and runs overseas. So
yeah, and it's a transgressive happy ending. It's like it's like a fairy tale. You have to use fairy tale logic.
Does anybody believe that he stayed off H for the rest of his life?
No. Well, I read Porno, and he does it. I think he actually does there. I think he develops. I think he drinks heavily, if I remember correctly, but he does stay off of H.
Okay.
And it's actually really, speaking of the Begbie character, one of the funnier parts of Porno is him going back to Scotland and like praying to God that he doesn't run into Begbie because he knows that Begbie's gonna fucking kill him if he finds him.
Begbie never does do heroin, right?
I don't think so. I think, because he's, I think he's more of just like a general like thug who steals and shit. If I remember correctly.
He's a great character.
Whoever that was that played him in the movie, he got that cartoon. I mean, the cartoonish rage, man. It's like so. I've known people with that anger before.
They actually used his picture for the Blade artist. So Irvine Welsh himself actually found his performance like really inspiring.
So I did want to say before I forgot that with the whole notion of horror, and even transgressive, because I know that we talk about that a lot. Like I have no problem with it as a genre. In fact, I wanted to expand more on some of these things, which is my reading. But I was curious, what is it about, and it might be different for both of them, but transgressive or horror that you find appealing, or even like extreme horror? Because like I usually don't talk about it only because I don't really know the genre, and I don't know if I would get into it yet. But I'm still thinking about it because I know that it's influential in this group. So I'm curious, like,
don't ever do anything because all of us are doing it.
Okay, that's fair. Yeah, so
we're bad influences.
Jump off a cliff because you do type thing. Well, I only meant because like I'm curious about ideas, and like I think there's a reason why transgressive fiction is appealing to some writers, and same with horror.
Yeah, for me specifically, transgressive fiction is a really good outlet for trauma. Whether it's big or small, I think like every single day of our lives, we're being more and more traumatized by this or that or the other thing, especially with the existence of the internet. I mean, you just get on and you see everybody's news. And now, obviously, this past year, I think we are all understanding kind of that is happening on a constant basis to us in a bigger or smaller amount. And so I think for me, transgressive fiction and also extreme horror definitely act as different forms of therapy. I think like the sheer level of violence in extreme horror is a specific kind of eventing. And then for me, transgressive fiction is specifically a way to like give my traumas to someone else and let them work it out for me. And then I receive the catharsis and they get the mistakes and I get money. And that's great.
The reason why I wonder is, as an example, I haven't read any of the splatter westerns because I don't even know if I would like that genre, I guess. But I did read Animus Farm, and it was horror. I wouldn't even describe it as extreme horror or anything, but like it still had some elements, and I thought it was a well written book, and it wasn't normally what I would read, and that's what I found interesting about just that whole discussion. Was just the way that you talked about various things related to the horror genre and like what you find interesting. And so, yeah.
Yeah, I heard you mention it earlier, so I definitely added it to my Goodreads list right away. I'm always like listening for book titles in this group.
The reason why I liked it is like the violence made sense.
Yeah.
I wonder about violence as being cathartic because I know what you mean about that, but I have a hard time imagining it would be, and I'm not making this as a mimetic claim in terms of Plato's mimesis, but I wonder like how it's cathartic if it's so extreme. Like what is it about that makes it?
Okay, so it's a framework for catharsis. Let's put it that way. So, like, what by that I mean, I actually have an essay on Regina's website, which is all about how erotica, as it is existent in a modern way, and even back to around Dyscrasia, really has a strong relation to opera, in terms of it being the hi Anne, hi.
Hey.
Hey,
how you doing?
How are you?
I am still alive.
I'm glad to see that. You look beautiful today, my dear.
Thank you, sweetheart. Let me see if I can even see you. Oh, I'm still getting used to my bifocals.
Oh, that's you walking a kid today. Oh,
I'm the kitty. Look at that little face. Oh my goodness.
Sleepy little face.
Aww. I am trying to get some groceries before they close. I've had another one of those, oh shit, so much things to do days.
I'm sorry.
Nobody kicked your door in again, though, right?
What's that?
Nobody kicked your door in again, though, right?
No, not today.
Good.
Yeah. That reminds me, though, I do have to call the cops at some point.
Oh, God, what now? Can you say?
Well, I need to get a... By the way, look at how amazingly pink my building is.
What is that? represent? I don't.
It's supposed to be pink flamingos. Pink is in John Waters because pink flamingos are kind of iconic in this town. It's very gay. I wish I lived in the gay neighborhood instead of the ghetto neighborhood. Okay, I think I'm far enough away. So I don't know if you guys remember me bitching last weekend because right after I moved in, yeah, my neighbors were smoking so much that I had to go do yoga outside. And then their shitty little kids started throwing rocks at me while I was doing yoga.
God.
What?
Yeah.
What did you do?
Yeah.
Well, I notified the landlord, and they said, blah, 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 we'll do something about it. I was like, okay, next time these kids even say hello to me, I'm going to call the cops. So, you know, a week passes. Yesterday, it's like 11 a.m., and some of my furniture is starting to finally get here. You know, I'm ordering like cheap furniture from Wish, so I got to put it together myself. It's 11 a.m. I'm putting this shit together, and I hear this pounding on my door. And it's the people directly below me. And it's two dudes, one with braids who seems kind of civilized, and then his like bad cop. They're both black, so you know I can't call the police because I might get them killed for trying to kill me. So they come up and they're like, you know, we need some consideration from you because I work weird hours and I'm up till 3 a.m. and I need to sleep till at least 11 and you're here making noise at 11, blah 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 blah. I'm like, first of all, you know, the world actually doesn't revolve around you. It's not even geocentric, this universe we live in.
Yeah.
So I was
not even round. Come on, Ann.
The sky is an iPhone.
While my guitar gently waves.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So I was like, yeah, I was not aware of Your Highness's schedule. But you know, if you want me to be considerate, we can work something out. You know, technically, I can make as much noise as I damn please till 10 p.m., which is when you guys are partying. I think that's your job. I don't know what the fuck job he was talking about. He never leaves. But you know, they're standing there. He and his enforcer friend are standing there, both like the guy who's talking to me is smoking a cigarette. And they're, you know, part of the reason that they need me to, you know, be on the whims of their schedule is because he says they got kids. And I'm like, so you're the ones who are smoking out my apartment and whose kids are throwing rocks at me because I don't think anybody else here has kids.
Mm-hmm.
And they're like, you know, they try to change the subject again. And I'm like, no, it's my lease says no smoking in the building at all. And it's not even legal in Palm Springs to smoke in common areas, like in front of my apartment in the hall. God, I'm totally out of breath because I've been breathing in Swisher Sweets for 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's really.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
that's like a really cheap brand of like sweet cigarette, right?
It's a cigarello. Like 90% of the time you buy them and just open them and take out the tobacco and use them for blunts.
Right, which is what I wish these idiots would fucking do. But no, they've just got to smoke this nasty ass tobacco, and it's like my bathroom's full of it. I can't do yoga in there. So, you know, I get chased out of my apartment by their bullshit and their kids start throwing rocks at me. So here they are asking me to be considerate of them. And by the way, there's only supposed to be one person living in each of these units, and they've got kids and the two of them and baby mamas and I think the lease owner actually is one of their mother who no one else in the building has ever seen. So they're asking for consideration, and I'm like, hey, how about you put out that cigarette that you're like stinking up my apartment with right now as you demand consideration? And the guy, what they do is the guy who's talking to me gives his cigarette to the other dude who keeps on smoking it. And he looks at me and he goes, well, everybody smokes in here. I don't give a shit what the lease says. And I'm like, well, everybody here is loud at all hours too. So we're still back to zero. If you want consideration, you have to give consideration. I'm sorry, that's what equality is all fucking about. And their response is, the bad cop / idiot dude just goes, and this is exactly what the dude in Central Park said to the woman who got her life ruined because she dared to threaten to call the police on him. He just goes, this is me asking you nicely. You're not going to like me the next time I come back and ask. And I'm like, and he starts stalking away. And I'm like, excuse me, sir, what exactly do you mean by you're not going to be so nice? But he's stalking off and his friend is following him. And then all I hear from the two of them for the past couple of days is them pounding like a broom or something on my floor. If I make noise, I was trying to put my furniture together after noon today, and they're pounding on the floor. And I'm like, okay, at some point I need to call the cops here. Because I'm probably gonna have to stab one of these people to keep them from killing me. And I want the cops to know that there was a precedent for me needing to stab them when I'm standing there with the fucking body. Not that I plan to stab them, obviously, but better them than me. So I'm a little stressed out.
I'm sorry, bud. It sounds really stressful.
This doesn't sound like an upgrade.
Yeah, it's out of the frying pan into the fire. I can't find, like, the last building, they thought I was too sleazy to live there. This building, apparently, I'm not sleazy enough.
Jeez. Are your cats okay?
They're good. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they like the cigarette smoke all that much. My God, I've never been out of breath walking in my life.
Why?
Because I've been breathing in all this Swisher Sweet smoke. I used to smoke, and I wasn't this out of breath. Then again, I didn't smoke fucking cigars all day. Like, literally all day, they're just puffing down there. Bam, bam, bam. We want some consideration. Okay, princess.
Hey, I read some more on Elektra's Revenge today. I'm trying to get through it. What are annihils again? Annihils? They're big, right?
Yeah, they're big, sort of giant praying mantis monsters that are the native species that have been sort of corralled on the south side of the moon.
Yeah. I'm interested to see what's going on the dark side of the moon because so apparently the immortals have real estate all the way over there, and it's interesting how you have mortals constantly driving up the market value or driving down the market value or something. It's like a very realistic problem that one would have between mortals and immortals if those two groups actually lived on the moon. I guess I don't know.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, the quote unquote world building in this book was all about like figuring out how people and a shadowy but all controlling government would function with a severe class system in an extremely tiny enclosed environment where some people live forever.
I don't think that her father is dead. Something tells me he was taken in by some hussy or something. I don't know, just an impression I get.
Well, I'm not going to give you a spoiler, but he may not be dead.
And I also don't think that Elektra is actually what she thinks she is currently. I think she's really misinformed, and she just hasn't felt the repercussions of trying to, fully test what she thinks she is yet. That's another impression I get without spoiling too much.
Yeah, well, there's a second surprise that's supposed to be really upsetting. I guess I'll find out whether it really upsets you or not when she finds out what the real deal is. Like, you're right, though.
I think that it's a little bit too complicated, the whole thing with how they have to pile on 3 different kinds of drugs to achieve a certain thing, in terms of lifestyle. The life, the thyme, and the lion head gas or whatever, and the water cat stuff, is that something separate, or is that the thime? So what I mean, I'm confused with all the drugs in this book.
The life and the time are sort of inspired by the way transhumanists and posthumanists and whatnot are trying to come up with all these different drug cocktails to try and extend their lives.
Okay.
I mean, and also the AIDS drug cocktail. I mean, if we ever find the secret to eternal life, it'll probably not just be like one mushroom, you know?
Okay.
But the water cat sweat is just a junky thing. Like when, you know, people who are ex-heroin addicts who are trying to actually get high off kratom will try and mix it with all these, what do they call them, enhancers or something. I forget what the actual term is, but
like when people are cramming for a test and they'll stack aspirin, regular amphetamines, and stacker twos.
My God.
As a cocktail, right? That kind of thing. But, I still don't fully understand the lion head thing. I don't even know if it's been totally explained yet. But I mean, I get it. It's on everyone's door on the inside, right? The lion head on the door. It's like a door knocker thing or something.
Right. And you know, they're useless to you until A, you know what they are, and B, someone whom the lion head's already recognized introduces you to them. So
are they sentient, like surveillance cameras, or what? I don't.
Oh well, I mean, then again, it's, you know, when you read when I read a book over a long period of time, I tend to forget a lot of things, or maybe
that's what I'm doing. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Or maybe it's so incoherent and I need an editor. I don't know. I would have liked to have had an editor, but I can't afford to have someone edit 250,000 words for me.
Yeah.
Would have been nice though, and in a better time, that book would have had an editor. Actually, a fan offered to edit it for me, but I haven't heard back from him in about 6 months, so I'm figuring he gave up. Anyway, what was the question?
I don't know. I feel like Regina's been trying to say something forever, so go ahead.
Oh God, I was trying to remember where I left off. Phoenix, do you remember the question you had asked me right before Ann came on?
Well, yeah. So yes, you were talking about transgressive fiction and horror fiction, and the way in which you see extreme. I guess I was assuming extreme violence as being not cathartic itself, but it's like a part of the larger framework.
Yeah, it can be the framework for catharsis. So I was saying on Regina's website, I have an essay about kind of the ties to modern erotica and opera. And in a lot of ways, I feel that extreme horror is very closely related to erotica. It's just the erotica of violence, really, because, you know, when we think of erotica, we think of things that are there to, you know, titillate only. But my argument is that music is there to, you know, enlighten only or whatever, but it becomes, you know, kind of almost cartoonishly debased when you mingle it with the commedia dell'arte characters that opera characters tend to be drawn from. So like composers like Donizetti or Mozart or Handel tend to really draw very heavily from commedia dell'arte stock characters. And so the plots are just really silly. I mean, Cosi fan tutte is like one of the worst stories fucking ever in opera. I hate it. It's by Mozart. It's like two women are tricked. Okay, so it's like two stupid guys are tricked into entering this bet with their superior, who's like a duke or a baron or whatever, I can't remember. And his bet is that all women are unfaithful. And they think their fiancés are hot shit and super loyal, but if they were to pretend to go away to war and come back in disguise and seduce them, they would immediately fall for the charms of the people who they think are strangers, and then it would be, you know, like it would be proof that all women are disloyal. So of course that's the thesis, and that's what ends up being quote unquote proved by these awful two-dimensional stock characters. And, you know, it's like, is that really worth the incredible music of the man who wrote, you know, Mozart's Requiem? I mean, really, Jesus. So it's really, you know,
it's an old incel
it is
fantasy.
I have a theory, because it's interesting you say that. My husband and I laugh all the time because every story has the triumvirate of the incel, the simp, and the cuck. And one character can take the role of all three, but it's very interesting because the theme of cuckoldry in fiction, specifically in plays and operas, is so old. It goes back to Shakespeare. And I don't know if you're familiar with Johns Ford and Webster, who came after Shakespeare and wrote a lot of revenge tragedies. They both were like obsessed with cuckoldry, and they wrote about it fucking constantly. And so it's like all that is in there, and then it bleeds into opera. And now obviously we have these archetypes emerging in a way that we can basically name them. But it's always about, like, you know, two people fighting over a third person while there's like a war going on, or while something fucked up is happening. And I love it. It's great. And then you've got like Wagner, who comes in and just like throws the ring cycle down and walks away and completely changes opera and ruins it for everyone because he just was too great. But
I also didn't know that's where the member of Throbbing Gristle got her name.
Wow, I'm pretty sure there was cuckoldry in Plautus. I know there was in Martial, which is poetry, not drama, but I'm pretty sure there was cuckoldry in Roman drama too.
Yeah,
Roman
absolutely.
comedy.
Yeah, it goes back because it's like a really good visual gag too. But that's something that erotica has in common as well, because erotica is always about, you know, people having crazy threesomes or sexually experimenting or being in open relationships or, you know, whatever. And so it also kind of ties back in again to violence, where it's like these acts of extreme violence have kind of a pornographic quality. And the thing is that, like, I look specifically at the ring cycle all the time because to me it's a perfect example of how it's interesting because opera was really developed so that people would have something to watch while they listened to a composer's music. So really it was a way to get asses in seats for a long music video to keep you listening to that composer's music. So that's very interesting. And it's also very interesting, I think, that then we see the development of these commedia dell'arte characters through the 1940s, where what starts to come out at that time? Looney Tunes. And paradoxically, Strauss, who is, like, in my mind, the last, like, really canonical Western composer, dies. And so he, like, or at least he stops producing operas, and then he dies a little bit later. But so it's very interesting that then kind of like the spirit of these commedia dell'arte characters gets transferred to the new medium of cartoons, which was of course born with merry melodies and silly sounds or silly symphonies. That's what it was with Disney, where again the goal was to just really give you something to look at in the movie theater while they played you music and showcased music that was, you know, owned by the respective companies. So
that's true. A lot of the older merry melodies, they like barely had a plot. Like they were just kind of going from like set piece to set piece for music.
Right, exactly. So it's, you know, but it's still, it's more, it was a nascent form of it, you know. And so I think it's really interesting and probably a little German influence too, I would think, by German film. But so ultimately I feel like, you know, in the same way that opera or cartoons are vehicles for music, erotica and splatterpunk and extreme horror are vehicles for these extreme feelings, these like purgative experiences. And the scenes of violence or the scenes of sex are to me like musical pieces that kind of carry us through stories. And it doesn't, you know, a lot of erotica is garbage. A lot of extreme horror is garbage. I'm not saying it's inherently good by any stretch of the imagination. No genre ever is. But I do think that if it's handled correctly, there's like a really close kinship that I feel between a work of erotica or extreme horror and like a really good opera like The Ring Cycle, where it's just like Justine by the Marquis de Sade is like a really good example of transgressive fiction and erotica that has like a point, and I wouldn't call it, it's funny. It's a really dark comedy to me. I mean, I don't know if anybody cares if I spoil it, but I'm going to. It's like she goes through all these horrible nightmare traumas at the hands of all these depraved libertines, and every libertine has his own specific horrible fetish that he inflicts on her. And then at the end of the book, she's like finally living the good life. She's been rescued by her sister and they're having a great time, and she's like reformed and everything's okay now. And then there's a thunderstorm and she gets struck by lightning while trying to close the window in their house. She gets struck by lightning while in the house. So it's a really interesting metaphor, and it's a really interesting feminist work, but it's really fucking funny too. It's like absurd. It's just a constant absurd stream of just ridiculous horseshit. So it's like, it's just a really good story and really funny. But at the same time, when you view it as kind of a feminist statement about the treatment of women in society and the expectations of women, because there is a character in Justine named Dubois, who is a thief who meets Justine very early on in the novel. And she's kind of like Justine's shadow, where she's like, well, why don't you just... And several other characters say this to Justine, too, at several points. Because Justine is obsessed with her virtue, with maintaining her virtue, with being a good Christian and aligning to the good morals of a good Christian woman. And meanwhile, all these horrible things just keep happening to her. And Dubois especially, but several other libertines are like, well, why don't you just conform to the morals of the world that you're living in and do what you want to do and, go ahead and take advantage of people, aren't we? It's like, to me, it's like he wrote almost like a DC Comics universe where the libertines are like the superheroes, but they're like supervillains. It's like a supervillain universe, basically. And so they're like,
who?
This is Marquis de Sade.
Okay, I thought so.
And so it's like, it's basically like these supervillain libertines are saying like, well, why don't you just give up and become one of us, because this is the moral set of the universe. And Justine keeps fighting the morals of this depraved universe and saying, no, I believe in God. And then at the end of the story, she's in the house, which of course, we can definitely represent that being like, in a state of like being protected by God, allegedly, but then she gets hit by lightning immediately and dies. And of course, we associate lightning with acts of God. So it's like she's still punished for failing to conform to the morals of the universe. And so, there's like a really powerful theme there within all the obscenity, and I think that's a really good example of how it's like really extreme horror and erotica both in a book. It's great.
Well, I appreciate Jeremy's idea that, you can develop your own aesthetic and decide what you want to read. But I have been curious about it because I know that it's influential to a lot of writers in this group. And my thing is like, I don't want to make it too philosophical, obviously, but I've really been struggling with the tenuous relationship between morality and art. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to go so far as to say morality doesn't matter at all. But I also realize the ways in which, like, without morality in something, like, it might feel too chaotic. And like, obviously, if like you're reaching a different audience, it doesn't matter because people know what they like and what they're interested in. But for me, like, I can't find... And I admit this because, part of the feedback that I got long ago, I think incorporated, and I live in a religious state, so there's a lot of these, and I grew up religious, so there's a lot of these elements regardless. And I'm not equating religion with morality. I'm trying to point out that I have developed my own, I have been influenced by religion, and it's been hard for me to develop a morality that makes sense in my books, in the sense that, like, I don't want to just write something that people expect, which is why I'm interested in like some of these books that push that boundary. I'll make a confession. So I've actually been writing erotica myself. Not something I would normally do, but it's something that has appeared in some of my books. And so, but that's the thing is like, as I'm writing it, I'm constantly tormented by like, is this not going to be acceptable? Like, am I going to publish it? Do people know what I'm doing? Like, are they going to miss the point? And I really don't understand that link. And I think what I don't understand, not in a bad way, but about transgressive fiction or horror when it's more extreme, is I guess I want it to feel somewhat safe, and it doesn't. And I don't know what to do with that, because I guess whether we like it or not, the scaffolding and structure of like what we are okay with to some degree comes from morality, whether it's based off like religious values or cultural values or whatever, or even your own. And I really don't know what that relationship is. Because I also mentioned my Mises too, because I think the struggle is art something that does purge emotions, even if it's describing things that are much more difficult to actually stomach? Or, do people become too troubled by it, and maybe that relationship is tenuous? So, because I wouldn't want to just write something based off, like, what people would find conventional. That bothers me, but I want it to make sense.
Yeah.
And I don't know, well, I don't know if that makes sense, but I'm trying to respond because I feel like there's something there that I'm trying to get at, and I don't know what that is.
My personal relationship with this subject is in 2019, late 2019 through like the first month or two of 2020. I wrote Familiarity, the first draft of that, which is like really heavily, it was really for me a place to put a lot of specific traumas that I've been really carrying for a long time in a more deliberate fashion, in a more honest fashion, in a more accurate fashion than I really had before. And so I think that I really felt a great catharsis doing that. And it was like I gave it to someone else. It was like creating a voodoo doll, and it's just like it's not part of me anymore. And it was really, for me, a very liberating experience. But I do think, in a way, I understand your point, because the thing is that the reader is consenting to a certain extent to have this experience with you, I guess, when you present these feelings or whatever. So I think that there is a little bit like they are entitled to stop reading at any time. They can always say, stop the ride, I want to get off. But at the same time, I think like those readers who go on are being cursed with those traumas of yours just a little bit, because when we read, our brains develop with mirror neurons, a simulation of the events of the book, and they experience it and release, they react accordingly as though you were actually having the experience. So it's a really like profound way to integrate information and experience. And it's like really, it is, you're cursing them to at least a taste of your experience. There is kind of a moral element to that, where it's like, is this an experience or even a thought that I should be sharing? Or is it the right time for something? Or, this, that, or the other thing. I think that there are factors that do kind of come in. And then I think the other question is, but with all that in mind, should I permit myself as an artist to be fettered by morals? And I've gone through this a little bit myself, and I really, I'm not interested in being fettered by morals in my work, because there is a lot of evil in this world, and the depiction of evil, I think, is extremely important.
So why do people make that mimetic connection then, that like experiencing something horrible through a book or film, granted it might be more disturbing in a film because it's visual, but why do they make that immediately a moral thing? Because the flip side of what you're saying is that doing this, writing stuff, could actually be moral in and of itself, because you're actually capturing like these dark things that we don't want to talk about. Like, that's deep, but it's like weird that we just want to like say that that's like evil, or like, it's crazy to me and complicated. But yeah,
it's because people are really, sometimes profoundly disturbed by things. Okay. And I think I've talked a little bit about kind of how censorship varies on the left and the right. The goals of censorship kind of vary. They both practice censorship, but the right tends to practice moral censorship, where they want to see certain moral values reflected in their fiction. And to a lesser, the left definitely wants that too, they're very socially aware, obviously, but they're more, I think, concerned with the representation of certain character types. And if there's bad representation, they tend to, take exception to that. So there are definitely, it's similar interests, but it's two different kinds. And I think that ultimately, the both kinds deal with a kind of moralism. And I think when you have a book that challenges those moral ideals of anyone, regardless of what kind of challenge it is or what the subject is you're challenging, you have to expect a little bit of blowback. And I think, it's hard. It's frustrating because I think that, it's frustrating for me to look at situations where books get pulled out of libraries or, taken off shelves in any real way, whether they're digital or physical. And just, it's very tiresome to me because I feel like I should be entitled to write anything and let it find its audience. And I think that, there's some really horrible shit in this world. Why should we just completely ignore it? We can't. We have to teach the lessons of it. We have to find the lessons. It exists because we have something to learn from it. But what is the question? And so I think that's ultimately what I really was pursuing with Familiarity, which became really a very intense study of, it's like, I don't buy the idea that God is all good. I don't think he's, this entity that is the sum total of the whole universe is all bad either. But I don't, man's bad decision-making skills cannot be the only, thing attributable to badness in the world. There are things like natural disasters and ill fortune and karmic kind of experiences that people tend to have. So it's like, I can't believe that God isn't in some ways kind of a trickster, and very much like the trickster archetype, which is interesting.
There ain't no devil, just God when he's drunk.
Well, yeah, no, really. I mean, that was a very interesting line. I listen to Tom Waits a lot, but when you mentioned it recently, I hadn't heard it before. But it's like super true, and it's like I really can't help but feel like it's a subject that makes people very uncomfortable. Even though, it's like, God, just think of Christ's experience and how awful it was. And it's like, yes, of course, it was the bad actions of mankind that led to that. But at the same time, it's God that set it up a little bit. So it's a little bit like, there is just a very violent atmosphere to, I think, the human relationship with God. So I think that's a little bit what I was talking about with Familiarity. And then I think I was also talking a little bit about some really bad shit that's just happened in my life, I guess, in various different ways. And I think but it also at the same time is a book about growing up, and it's a book about, again, it's also a book about maintaining a positive relationship with a complicated God, and kind of leaning in, I guess, to the experience of trauma to see what it's trying to teach you and what you can learn from it. And that's a theme in all of my more serious works overall, but I think specifically in Familiarity, it's like a really specific goal.
So there's a notion that I've heard from a friend of mine called forced morality, and it's something that I'm thinking about in this conversation.
I'll try to get back in 20 minutes, otherwise I can come back and get it tomorrow.
Where the idea is that, so this is the argument that's made, and I'm not saying it's right, which is why it's difficult. People assume that if, as an example, there's a film that's controversial, it needs to be pulled. If there's a book, it needs to be pulled. Mm-hmm. The reason is because we don't want to corrupt the youth, or we don't want to incite negative things in people's minds. So usually this is justified on a moral ground, right? Well, the flip side of this argument is that, hey, what if this is actually helping people deal with, as you said, trauma or the ugliness of the world or even evil?
Yes.
And so when we're talking about forced morality, maybe one of the things that I'm not sure about, which is why I'm trying to delve into different things, is like, it's kind of some of what I broached on last time too about discomfort. Like, I'm okay with that discomfort, but maybe like I still have internalized the notion of having to have this forced morality in my art. Like, I don't necessarily think that I would write horror that well at this point, because I haven't really written horror in years. But if I had decided to delve into that, it might turn out decent. But would I, because of my history, be okay with that, right? Would I worry that like it might be too violent or too gruesome, or it might, you know? And in my opinion, I do think there's a balance. But what I worry about is that for whatever reason, I think because like culture is a powerful thing and these forces and morality, I just wonder how much of what I'm actually writing is influenced by culture and these things that are out of my control, this kind of forced morality. And that's why I'm asking these questions. That's why I'm interested in it, because I think writing is a good medium for challenging our assumptions. I think we need that. And I don't understand the flip side when people are like, well, we just need to censor it and not talk about it and just ignore it. Because I think that actually does more damage, right?
Well,
so
again,
yeah.
I think it's definitely people become profoundly disturbed by being exposed to things that they don't want to know about.
But is that our fault, right?
No, of course not. They are to a certain extent, again, choosing to read the book. Like, I can't imagine who would buy a book like Mother Maggot if they were on the fence about reading it. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, okay.
So it's like, I think that there's a certain culpability involved. Like, if you read a book and you turn around and you threaten to report the author about it, you're a shithead. But I think also at the same time, you know, I think it's a question of, are you writing specifically to get that reaction? Because some authors want controversy, and that's fine. That's a marketing style. So it's, to me, you know, it all kind of comes down to your brand a little bit, which kind of sounds shallow, but it really, I mean, your brand is just your platform. It's part of the books that you write and the themes that you go for. And I think every career arc, every body of work or portfolio really should have a unifying theme. So I think it's impossible to write in a vacuum. You know, we are raised with a certain cultural set of expectations. And I think that that is always going to show up in our work, whether it's an antagonist or whether it's, you know, just like the way that the story flows and the way people are rewarded and punished. You know, so it's okay to write to a conventional morality, and it's also okay to question if the conventional morality really should be conventional. So I think that there, you know,
I guess someone just. I'm sorry. I guess someone just abducted a hand because she dropped. No. Okay.
Hi, Anne.
She's resting. Okay.
No, I just cut out for a minute. I was just thinking about how for years I've been banging on about how, you know, the death of novel reading has got to be tied to the dearth of empathy.
Yeah.
You know, I guess, oh God, am I actually considering this a literary form? Somebody fucking shoot me. But my most successful tweet this horrible week was that people who worry about microaggressions have never experienced macroaggressions. And I think a lot of the trouble with a lot of our morality and the way our morality is fractured and twisted is because there are a lot of people who haven't suffered enough, even though they think they've suffered. And maybe they need to be blindsided with a little bit of actual suffering and horror.
Yeah, I can understand what you mean, and I think that's why novels are really, you know, very a good medium for sure. Yeah, you know, it makes me think of every person I had to deal with while working in a convenience store or call center, basically.
Yeah. I mean, when I was working in the restaurant industry, and I still believe this. I used to say that everyone, instead of military service, everyone should be forced to wash dishes for a year.
Yeah. Yep, agreed. Everybody should have to do customer service for a year. Absolutely.
Well, that's kind of my point, though. Is like I feel like we can't ultimately be insulated, and I think what too much morality does is make us feel like we're somehow immune.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And I think specifically what you're talking about, Anne, with suffering.
Well, there's the concept of hubris, which I think is a really important concept, and I feel like that's also a very intimately tied to transgressive fiction sort of concept, where you have bad people who become arrogant and think, or people who are lazy, or people who are in some way indolent, who think that they can just continue their lifestyle forever, and the universe proves to them for one way or another that this just isn't feasible. And so, I think generally in transgressive fiction, there is some kind of punishment for the main character in some way. In Train Spotting, which I mentioned earlier, which I love the happy ending, but at the same time, it's a book that's full of suffering up until our, anti-hero protagonist is able to escape with his stolen money. So I think, there's a lot of pain along the way, which is also, kind of part of the message and part of the experience of life. And it's like you can either give up and, give into the pain like all the characters in Requiem for a Dream by Hubert Selby Jr., or you can try to better yourself and repair yourself after the experience of the pain and, leave it all behind and try to be a new person, and I think those are the two possible routes of transgressive fiction, and both of them are moral lessons, so
by the way, Phoenix, you asked if violence can be cathartic. Is that showing on screen? Yes, that right there, that was cathartic. So yes, violence can be cathartic. Okay, that's
what did you do?
Well, now you're gonna have to fix that here.
No, not me.
Were you trying to make a glory hole?
I'm gonna leave it there. That's art.
That looks like a baboon asshole. Wow, I guess I just failed my roadback test.
No, it was just
put a frame around it. Put a frame around it and call it a physical manifestation of the artist's frustration.
I might put a frame around it actually, but no, I mean it was just like in like say a martial arts thing, and I did used to take martial arts like in like 5th grade, but I never absorbed any of the lessons. I just kind of did it to say I took it, but I actually did the whole and then just rammed my fist through, and I didn't know it. That's what was so cool about it.
You didn't do it out of frustration, did you? You were just playing Power Rangers by yourself, weren't you?
No, it was legitimately out of like breakdown mode anger. But I'm gonna save that story for next week. To be continued.
Yeah. Jeremy here was playing Power Rangers by himself, and the wall was supposed to be the monster of the week.
Oh.
So here's another thing that I've been thinking.
It was like instantaneous. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, and again, not to make it too philosophical, but I feel like, is this why the notion of heaven fails? Because we don't take into account hell, and not even hell in the sense of religion, but
no, it's a total misunderstanding. It's not.
Because what I feel like is that maybe there's this because part of the reason why I would struggle with more violent material is with thinking about how I don't want to believe that that's possible. That people get exploited. Exploitation is a huge thing, which is why it'd be hard for me to read Justine. But the thing is, that happens, and but maybe the virtue of what you're talking about is that we confront that it exists, and through that we can act in some moral way. And I'm mentioning that because what I wonder is is it because we think that we can just ignore the dark side of the world or the shadow? Is this actually where a lot of the pain comes from and suffering in society? I just wonder.
So for me, it's sort of self-fulfilling, where the idea of heaven and hell, first of all, I feel like are really speaking about, because what I believe is that, essentially the universe just happens again and again and again and again. And so we play our parts, as Shakespeare put it, and then we come back on the next time the universe is running. and we're conscious, at some point. We have the Holy Spirit observing us, which is the consciousness observing our ego and observing all of our experiences. So we have the opportunity to awaken to that connection to God inside each of us. But I think that, first of all, it's really hard to live in awareness of that. And I think that we have kind of a specific set of moral systems that are designed to kind of keep us from that just a little bit, because I think it's definitely not for everyone. And then I think also that ultimately what heaven and hell is saying is that, if you live your life morally and righteously, when you're on this earth, which is for eternity, you will have a happy life, and you will evade sorrows and dangers and be rewarded, especially if you are connected with the Godhead. And obviously people like the Marquis de Sade are challenging that, but really it's also in her universe, being good is the moral failing, so it still conforms to a form of morality. And so it really is about Justine refusing the morals of her universe, which, yes, puts her in a kind of hell. I view books as a symbol for this concept for the universe, and it's like every time I pick up and reread a book, I am observing the characters doing these same things over again in like another iteration of the universe. And so it's really, kind of interesting from that perspective, because characters in tragedies really are stuck in an eternal hell. They have no choice but to endure these horrible things over and over again and die. And then when we reread it or we do the play again, then it's the same thing. But for comedies and for romances and for other books that end nicely, it's a very heavenly thing to be in these situations. And so I think that's kind of the symbol that I'm working with. But I do think that there is something beyond even that for those who are like truly connected to the Godhead, and that's a totally different conversation. And it's really the reason why mainstream churches tend to frown on or even claim that mysticism is heresy, because it's like really a very intense personalized experience, and I don't think it's necessarily for everyone, but I think it's important that certain people do experience it. Just so that there are conscious people that the Godhead is a part of during a time. So it's like, I think that there are conscious motivations that the human race has, and there are unconscious motivations. A conscious motivation is like protect the children and, instill good values like recycling or like, monogamy or whatever, excuse me. And then I think an unconscious motivation is something like I just said, where it's the Godhead kind of working through the will of man, kind of instilling these, these boundaries and these sort of obstacles to deeper knowledge that's not for everyone by any means. Certain people I just don't think can hear a thing and not be affected by it. And so the same is true of transgressive fiction and extreme horror again. So it's just, it's this constant cycle. Everything is a symbol for this greater thing, and it's hard to avoid coming back to it.
So that's really interesting. Until you did your synopsis of Justine, I hadn't realized what a close through line there is through de Sade and Voltaire. In Candide, the protagonist is being taught constantly by his moral guide that, we live in the best of all possible worlds, and hilariously, all the worst things in the world keep happening to him, despite his, unshakable optimism. And, there's people have been making fun of Welbeck lately because he's starting to look like his books, but there's there's almost a through line right through to Welbeck where his protagonists are a little bit more canny. Doubtless they've read Candide and Justine, and they've internalized those lessons a bit too extremely because they never even try to be optimistic at all, and their pessimism turns into a self-fulfilling prophecy.
Right.
Yeah, it's. I recall one of the funnier parts of the book of Submission. I don't know if you've read that yet.
Oh yeah, I was the first reviewer in the United States to review Submission.
Oh, awesome! But the part where he goes to the guy goes to a Catholic church, and he like almost feels like, I guess, like a divine experience while he's staying among a bunch of monks, but then like feels it fade, and then after that, when he's in the room, all he can do is complain that he can't smoke in there.
Yeah, I mean, he goes straight for the profane.
Like the ending
really,
where
it's also
like
really
the
interesting.
ending. Sorry, go ahead.
It's also really interesting that Welbeck's protagonist in that book is a little bit obsessed with Weismont. I can never pronounce his name right. H-W-Y.
Weissman? I don't know. You're the French speaker.
Yeah,
I always pronounce it Weissman.
Is it Weissman?
It's
the guy who wrote Against Nature.
H-W-Y-S-M-A-N. He was. I would put him in the same bucket as Octave Mirbeau, sort of 19th century pessimists, forerunner to existentialism, but continually struggled with his faith in Catholicism his whole life, but he kind of swung between Catholicism and Satanism and pessimism and nihilism and Catholicism again. So he's an odd character and kind of a natural link between, Voltaire and Welbeck. Because, he I guess Voltaire lived in a civilization that was so firmly Catholic and so firmly had its view of the universe in place at the time that he could be free to be a happy atheist and he still didn't have things crumbling all around him, whereas Weismont was kind of, vacillating between atheism and piety on the one hand, and sort of writing about a civilization that was on the brink of becoming almost totally secular. And then you get Welbeck looking back at Weismont with a plot that's kind of usually it's a plot that's kind of the inverse of something like de Sade or Voltaire. I wonder what the next step would be.
This is good stuff. If you all want to keep the conversation going, I'll leave it up. I'm gonna go eat because it's midnight and that's a thing I do on the weekends. And if you want to keep talking and however this goes is however it goes, I'll be back to wrap up sometime before 1 a.m. my time most likely. So
I should probably get going.
Me too.
Well, thanks for coming, Phoenix. And I'm glad you got to get a word in, later on after we got through the majority of the guests.
Yeah, I was excited by the lineup today. There were a lot of interesting discussions, so it was fun.
All right, it was pretty fun.
Yeah.
Have a good night.
If everyone else is leaving, I'm gonna too. Have a good night.
Okay. Have a good night, everyone.
Well, I was gonna leave it up so you guys keep talking.
Well, Regina's leaving and Phoenix is leaving, so I
didn't even know Regina was leaving.
Stumpler's still here with me. No, he's not. I haven't gotten home yet.
Okay, well, if we want to wrap up, we can do that. But I was just saying I was gonna go eat. I was gonna leave it up. I was gonna exit the room and come back.
I think everyone's tired, and
it is. It's a lot to absorb in the evening. All right, I appreciate everybody, and okay.
Okay,
right. See you next week.
Put on some new metal.
I don't think it's going to be new metal this week. I'm going to try something different, but go back to the new metal next week. So.
Are you going to play rap?
This is a bold experiment I'm trying here.
Okay. Okay, see you, everyone.
All right, good night.
See you later, Phoenix.
See you.
And then that too. See you later, Ann.
See you. I'm just going to stay here and count all the votes by myself.
Good luck with that.
Thanks. Stumpler's good at counting.
I don't know how this is going to go over.
I mean, Stumpler can't count as high as Oedipus can. She can count to
what,
21.
Stumpler is traveling with you?
No, I was just making a joke about the fact that he doesn't have a tail, so he can't count as high as Oedipus does. Dumb. I've had a long week. And now I'm hearing myself echo. Anyway, have a good dinner.
All right. Thanks for dropping by. Later.
Yes, sorry.
Yeah, this is brand new territory here, y'all. I don't know. This is not new metal. But yeah, I will look everyone in the eye next week and say, yeah, motherfucker, I played this. That's right. That's right. You aren't even ready for this. No idea what to expect, do you? You got no idea. You didn't know how big the world was until this happened.
Unraveling, can't keep control, can't keep track of where it's traveling. I got my heart, but my heart's no good. And you're the only one that's understood. I come along, but I don't know where you're taking me. I shouldn't go, but you're reaching, dragging, shaking me. Turn off the sun, pull the stars from the sky. The more I give to you, the more I die. And I want you. And I want you. And I want you. And I want you. You are the perfect drug, the perfect drug, the perfect drug. You are the perfect drug, the perfect drug, the perfect drug. The perfect drug, the perfect drug. Shake, 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 shake. The perfect drug, the perfect drug. You make me hard when I'm all soft inside. I see the truth when I'm all stupid-eyed. The arrow goes straight through my heart.